do one out of mana. I'm out of mana. Hello, everybody. Hello. Good morning. Hello. Hello, everybody. Good morning. How's it going? Welcome to the Back to Warcraft Weekly Cup number 186. Oh my god. How many years is that? I don't know. I can't divide by 52. It's good to see ya. Hope you had a good day so far. Hope you watched lots of Warcraft so far. Hope you've been keeping up with all the streams, all the content, all the stuff, all the tournament, all the show matches, everything going on. Everybody playing. Everybody's playing each other. All the casters are playing each other. Neo's beating everybody. Hello. We have a Weekly Cup every single Sunday, same time. We are here. Whether or not there's 13 signups or not, we are here. And there is 13 signups today, but many of those are players that you may be familiar with. Perhaps even all of them may be names that you are familiar with. So thank you for being here. It's good to see everybody. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Best of 1 double elimination group stage. Once we get to the top 8 out of these 13 people, we will have some best of 3s. We had the fancy dancy map pool all of last month, where we saw some new maps like Witch Ruins, like Fell Pit, Northern Woods, Gloomstalker, old but new, Moonstrand, that's 5, there's 2 more. There's 2 more. There's 2 more. I can do it. I can do it. What are the last 2 maps? Tip of the tongue, teeth on the lips. There's 2 more. I don't know. I'm lost. They were all great. They were all great. They were fun to watch. We had brand new maps that we hadn't seen any of, which is good. We need more of that. Sunhoof Mesa, like a Mesa boogie. Shout out to Slayer for using those amps. Fading Autumn, save Orcas. Thank you. Thank you. We got there in the end. Appreciate that. And they were all pretty damn good, actually. I'm historically not a person that's very, let's say, positive about new maps. I'll say if I don't think a map is good. I historically said I didn't like Autumn Leaves when it first came out. I've been talking about that. Nowadays, I love Autumn Leaves. I think it's one of the best maps in the pool. And I thought all these maps are pretty good. I thought they all had some interesting playability and some different early game things. Some of them were more like macro maps. Some of them were more aggressive maps with interesting creep routes. Some of them were pretty good for Orc, which I'm not complaining about. So it was nice to see some variety, for God's sake. I know it's a more complicated game when it comes to map design than something like StarCraft because there's creeps and items and heroes and experience. So we can't introduce as many new maps as, say, the Brood War ASL does. But I think regardless, it's good to have a little bit of variety, if you catch my drift. So it's nice to see that, and we did experiment with those last month. Let us know what you think. Let us know what you think as an observer. Let us know what you thought of as a player. Maybe we'll introduce 1 or 2 into the standard map pool, but as things are now, we're back to the standard course of things. Springtime, Northern Isles, Autumn Leaves, Last Refuge, Tide Hunters. If you aren't familiar with those, you may not be familiar with anything. Let's take a look at our bracket. Here we go. This is it. As I said, not a ton of signups today. Hopefully next week, if you guys all want to sign up, you will be here. And the week after that, if you guys all want to sign up, you will be here. At the end of the month, we always have a finals, depending on who wins and who gets the most points, so to speak. The further you get in each tournament, the more points you accumulate. And then the top 6 will all play each other in a end-of-month finals. But this is the first cup of the month. At least for this format that we're doing. We have Trough versus Sharky, winner up against Starbuck. We had Death Note versus, he said to call him Cox, so I'm going to call him Cox. Lucifer versus Scimitar. Phoenix versus Big Murphy, winner up against Hawk. And Mr. Winner versus Night Devil, winner up against Chaemiko. You can veto, Sharky. You can veto. Oh, sorry, you guys can veto. That was just for last month. Thank you. Good question, Sharky. I typed in the Discord now. What do we want to start with? How cool would it be if we got Cox versus Hawk? Come on. Cox vs. Hawk Grand Final, Back to Warcraft Weekly Cup number 186. Are you kidding me? Get out of town with that. Get out of town. ABBA, yeah. ABBA. ABBA, Sharky, thank you. Sock Hawk is also class. Yeah, imagine if we got Sock versus Cox. Unfortunately, he's not in the bracket, but Sharky's a real player. I had no idea all this time interacting with the chat. He was a commoner. Sharky is a real player. He competes at a lot of tournaments. One of the youngest players we have in the scene as well. There's a few people younger that are competing, which is cool in a game that is 24 years old now. So what should we go with? I'm looking at Lucifer Scimitar. I'm looking at Trough for Sharky. Now I'm old now. Dude, you're telling me I just turned 30. I know the feeling, Sharky. Big Murphy versus Phoenix. Phoenix, you might be familiar with Durrani on ladder, a Night Elf player around 2200 MMR. All this talk about Sharky. Let's go with Sharky's game. You know, all this talk about him. Trough versus Sharky should be a solid match. Look at the beginning of the middle of the end, Carson. Big 30 is here. 30, man. I wish I was 30 again. Nah, man. Why? Fine. We'll go with Lucifer Scimitar. Just kidding. Wait, actually, I should check. Is Trough a human player? We can't start with a human mirror because we're also going to have a human mirror in the middle and we're going to have a human mirror in the end. So I think Trough is a human player. Sharky's also a human player. The back to Warcraft Weekly Up tends to have a lot of human players, in case you're wondering. What race is Trough playing? I'm pretty sure he is human. He is human. Sharky, do you happen to be playing human these days? Or are you playing a different race? For sake of not having a human mirror to start, we will go Lucifer's match. At Lucifer. At Scimitar. Game name when ready, please. What's up, Pew Pew? How you doing? Meow. Hello, Akami. How's it going? How's it going? Ah, Lucifer. And Scimitar. And we'll see. It seems like Death Note's already playing his match versus Cox. Last week we had the finals on the new maps, and the grand final, I'll spoil it. Chaemiko versus Starbuck in the grand finals of the whole month, best of 5. Starbuck goes Orc on the new maps. Chaemiko, it was actually one of the most surprising grand finals. Not that I don't think Chaemiko should have been as dominant as he was, but I've never seen Starbuck not look like the favorite in this cup. Starbuck is kind of like the dominator of the weekly cups. He's what Happy used to be back in the day. He tends to win a lot. He's won a lot of the monthly finals. He wins, pretty much the first cup of every month and qualifies. But last week, Chaemiko versus Starbuck, Chaemiko won 3-1. And honestly, the 3 games that Chaemiko won weren't even that close. He kind of owned him a little bit, which you don't often see with Starbuck. But that is what happened. And they're both in this cup again this week. That's pretty great. So we're just waiting to see if Lucifer and Skimmy get here. 2700 MMR calls himself washed. Well, I don't think Starbuck's practicing as much as he was before. Oh, I see Sharky has a new Smurf, by the way. I won't spoil what it is. I won't spoil his new Smurf's name. It's a great name, though. Yeah, I think Starbuck's pretty much only playing on weekends these days, so... I mean, I'd call myself washed, too, if I could only play 2-3 days a week. So many strong humans, Starbuck will just play Orc all games, which I love to see. Orc vs. Human is my favorite matchup. It used to be Orc vs. Undead. To watch, I mean, not to play. Of course, to play it's Orc vs Undead. Are you kidding me? So I'm always really excited to watch Starbucks Orc, and now that the maps are more standard, more likely to see as competitive of a series as we would think. It's hard to say though. Like certain matchups, I feel like everybody will say, "Oh, you know, I need to know the maps really, really well for this matchup." But I do wonder how much it impacts certain races having new maps compared to maps we're familiar with. You would think like Night Elf would be the most impacted because of Ancient War creeping in the early game, or Human needs to know where they can expand or where they can get quick level 3s and stuff like that. You would think as an Orc player, you'd be impacted the least, but also there's like knowing how to get 3 items on your blade in the early game against Night Elf, for instance. Knowing good like wolf routes against Human if you want to go with a grunt opener and creep level 2 and then harass, things like that. So there is little details, but I think overall Orc can just sort of go Farseer, run to other player spawn and attack other player every game if they wanted to. They don't really have the burden of needing to creep, which is a curse on standard maps and maybe a blessing on new maps. So all that to say, hope to see a little bit of Starbuck Orc today. Yeah, for Orc it becomes a knowledge challenge of knowing the pathing of every other race. True. I've yet to hear from Lucifer or Scimitar. That's alright, only one game has been started so far, so we'll give it another minute and then we'll jump into something. And I don't know if I told the players or if I told you guys or if I told both, but group stages single eliminate or best of 1 double elimination. So everybody gets 2 chances. That's something we introduced recently so that we could incentivize some more maybe lower MMR players to play, because a lot of the, let's say, sub 2000 MMR cup experience in these open cups where anyone can sign up is I sign up, I have to play Moon round 1, I lose to Moon round 1 in 3.5 minutes. And then I sit and I watch the stream like this, and then I'm like, do I really want to sign up next week and have to show up on time and have to be at my computer ready to go just to lose to Moon or Happy in 3.5 minutes? So we started doing double elimination, which means I show up on time, I lose to Moon in 3.5 minutes, I drop down to the lower bracket, and then I play someone that lost to Happy in 2.5 minutes, and then we have a competitive game, and at least I get to play a couple of games, and at least I get to have a slight chance in the lower bracket. More than I would in single elimination. So that's what we did. So if you guys want to sign up next week, so we have some more games to watch. You won't just have to play Moon and then turn your computer off and put the stream on the TV. You know what I mean? It might be like that in your first game. Losing to Moon is a privilege. True. Yeah, I say it like that's something you don't want to have happen. Since we don't have a game, we'll just go Sharky versus Trough. Because, you know what, the winner actually does go up against Starbuck, and that could be fun to watch. So, we won't mess around anymore. Where's Trough from? I just gotta find out where he's from, and then we'll jump into a game. What are the requirements to sign up? Or is that what somebody asked? There is no requirements to sign up for this, if that's what you're asking. Anybody can sign up. We've had players that are like 500 MMR play, not just one time, but like many times. That's sort of where we're at. Yeah, there's no, we let everyone play in Back to Warcraft Weekly. That's the whole point. That everyone can play. Sign me up, Coach Akami. We've been waiting. The hero we've been waiting for. Alright, here we go. We're just going to watch the Human Mirror. Winner will go up against Starbuck, and then will most likely be a Orc against Human. So we'll check this out. It's the only game available. Trough versus Sharky. They're both around 2k. Trough is 2100. Sharky's around 2k MMR. So it should be pretty solid regardless of it being a Human Mirror, which everybody tends to hate. I don't hate as much as the average viewer, but you know, it's what the cool kids are saying, that we hate Human Mirror. So I got to say it too, right? Right, guys? Trough going to win? That's a bold prediction saying that the player with higher MMR is going to win. However, do you reach that conclusion? Here we go. First game of the day. Let's check it out. Here is Trough in the red in the bottom left. In the upper right in the blue, here's Mr. Sharky. Northern Isles. Because it is here at in the Discord. No worries. No problem. It's all good. Sharky was 2100, so they're equal. It's true. You never really know what MMR Sharky is at because he seems to have a new account every week. I don't know how this kid's affording a new account every week. Doesn't this game cost like $500 since Bobby Kotick took over? Wait, he isn't CEO anymore, is he? We can't make that joke anymore. God damn it. Who's the CEO now? He must still get a cut. Surely it was in his contract. Why is there a new account every other week? Why do people smurf? I don't know. What is it? What is it? Archmage for both altars towards the Tuskar camp tends to indicate where they're going to creep, where your altar is, so I'm going to assume they're both going to go for this orange camp, which gives you both a consumable and level 2, and positional. It positions you in such a way to creep level 3 pretty easily, let's say. Both Archmages are out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 militia. Whereas Sharky actually goes for 6. So he should on paper be slightly faster, but actually he sends a scout footman whereas Trough doesn't, so all evens out in the end. Militia do more damage than footmen. Like it's the same damage, but they have slightly higher attack speed. So militia are a little bit better. Do I understand that correctly? Or do they have exactly the same DPS? Either way. Consumables for both now.
A player's forces are under attack.
Sharky got the water elemental? Did he? True, he did. He's got a little bit more experience than he would otherwise. And he's going for the fast lab creep, Sharky, which is, I think, the quickest level 3. Not quite on any map, but close to it. It is a really, really fast level 3. Like, he's going to be level 3 before the 3-minute 30-second mark. And there's probably even small optimizations he could have made to make it a little bit faster. It's pretty crazy. Even without that water elemental, he would be level 3. They're both going to go for that, but Trough is a little bit behind. Hard to say who's getting the better end of the items right now. Ring of Regen's quite nice, so I'd say Sharky is going to be favored here. Claws +8 could turn it into Trough's favor in terms of items. Tech pretty much even on both sides. Killing his own footman. Not sure why. But he did. And he also got a ring. So I'd say Sharky is not only a footman up, but also slightly better items. Arcane Tower is done in Trough's base and in Sharky's base. Trough goes towards the shop, as we can see. I don't know if he bought anything. Doesn't look like he did. Sharky did not summon the water elemental into the base, but he's doing the thing. This is sometimes what human players will do. We'll see on one side of the coin, people dive into the base. 6 on gold, by the way. Dive into the base and try to kill peasants as quickly as they can. And on the other side of the coin, we've been seeing a lot of human players just say, I'm going to attack your altar, I'm going to attack your farms. You have to come to me. And that's really a stable way of consistently harassing without overcommitting any footmen or, you know, attacking your Archmage into the Arcane Tower. I kind of like that approach, but now he realizes Trough is doing the same thing, so he commits in, and the base is actually open. That's a whoopsie. That's a whoopsie-doopsie if I've ever seen one. And Sharky looks to be in quite a better shape right now. Just better militia micro, less militia lost overall. He's got the greater heal, Ring of Regen. They're both going to take some serious damage here. We'll see if either player town portals back home. Couple of footmen going down. Tons of militia going down. Do we have a militia counter? It's 11 to, well, 9 in total if we count the peasants. Make that 8 on the side of Trough. Oh, make that 7 on the side of Trough, but as Sharky lost all of his footmen, Sharky has 2 footmen. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Trough's about to lose 3 more footmen. Welcome to Human Mirror. Maybe a little surround could be possible. The unfortunate thing about the Wand of Mana Stealing is if your opponent does not defend, you can't actually use that item, whereas the Greater Heal, there's the surround, but he'll fight his way out maybe. Re-surrounds with the Militia on top. If you're the Greater Heal can always get value. There's a Town Portal back. Will we have a second hero? Trough can almost afford it. Immediately builds the Mountain King. Sharky is already building his and a Sanctum. Seems like Sharky is ahead. If we just count the peasants as well. 7 to almost 9 once Sharky finishes his peasant. This is sometimes how human mirror is. And yeah, the Ring of Regen Greater Heal means Sharky can dive in like this. It could end up being a mistake. Some nice peasant micro there. Keeping Trough in this a while longer. And Sharky, yeah, Sharky just got a TP now. Will he burn the Greater Heal? No, he's going to keep it. He's going to have a priest soon, so I think it was a wise choice to keep it. Very interesting. Let's check out the gold mines. 10,300 to 10,100, like 180, 190 gold difference in the main bases. A stuck Archmage, and it would not be a Human Mirror if one Archmage didn't get stuck. Feels good. All right, what a game. What a game. Typically, this is where I'd be saying, okay, now both players are going to call Militia and go for a Tier 2 expansion when they both have about 1 to 2 priests and Adept training on the way. But in a game like this, it's hard to say what either player is going to do next. There's a lot of things that could happen. I think for now they're just both focusing on trying to build enough peasants. Illusion on the Mountain King will scout for Trough and for Sharky. He's still getting his Archmage out of his base, but the Archmage needed to heal up anyway. The Mountain King needed to get solo experience anyway, so no real issues here on either side. I'd say pretty solid game for both so far. It was messy, but that doesn't mean that both players have made any huge errors. This is going to force a bolt guaranteed, yeah. But it's a fake. Experience more or less even. Like the Mountain King for Sharky's about to hit level 2. Claws +8. Pretty nice find. Mountain King also had some tank items on the side of Trough. Do we have double Sanctum? In 60, well, make that 40 seconds. Nope, make that 28. As the power build happens, we will have a second Sanctum. Sharky's already got 2. What he does not have is the Arcane Vault, which means he can't build Breakers just yet, but he'll solve that soon. Trough also missing his Arcane Vault. So yeah, because of the better items, better harass from Sharky. Earlier harass from Sharky because he had slightly earlier creeping. He's just ahead on all macro fronts. It goes to show how big of a difference slightly faster creeping can make in Human Mirror. And I'm always harping on this, but like actually, if you're 5 seconds ahead, nice priest kill from Trough. If you're like 5 seconds ahead creeping in Human Mirror compared to your opponent, that means you're at their base 5 seconds earlier. That means almost the entire momentum of the game is depicted by you. Because if you're at your opponent's base 5 seconds quicker, that probably incentivizes your opponent to town portal back or to run back home and defend. And then all of a sudden, you're the aggressive player and they're the defensive player. When otherwise it would just be a crazy base trade or you would have to be the defensive player. So it just completely allows you to control the flow of the game with that just slight couple seconds advantage in the early creeping. Which, you know, people don't value practicing against AI enough, but that shows how valuable it can be. Just practice creep routes against AI. Things like that. First breaker's out. No expansion from either player because they lost a lot of things. Wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity for Clap Bolt? Typically, if you're going to do that, you're going to have a lot of mana items. You're probably thinking because there's a lot of footmen left over, not that many breakers, but it tends to be more based on the items, more than the footman count, in my experience. Dept is finished for both. That means water elementals won't be that valuable any longer. Bolt on an out-of-position priest. Bolt to Trough goes on the Mountain King, but the priest heal is going to make up all that damage. Really, without a big wall of breakers, I think Bolt should always go on units as opposed to Mountain Kings. Once you have like 5 or 6, or 6 or 7, everybody. 6, 7? Anyone? Breakers, you can start to Bolt the Mountain King, and then the feedback does quite a bit. But when you only have like 1 or 2 breakers, it's not really that much of a threat to the Mountain King's mana pool when you're bolting him like that. Sharky is expanding. You can see it in the production on the right-hand side. It's nearly finished, actually. For Trough, if he is choosing to stay on one base, I would expect a blacksmith pretty soon. He's got plenty of lumber for upgrades. Supply 48 versus 39, actually. So that expansion is showing its investment right now. But Sharky is the first to level 3 Mountain King. Hard to say who's going to be the first level 5 Archmage at this rate. Mountain King take a lot of damage for Sharky, but he does have that greater heal in his inventory. And a replenishment potion, which he could use now. Yeah, he is going to. Could be canceled by a bolt. But just going to use it, Trough, on the priest instead. And that priest will go down. The replenishment potion will eventually be canceled. Expansion. Fully saturated. And unscouted, but there should be part of Trough that knows there's an expansion. And part of him maybe that's assuming there isn't because Sharky lost so many peasants, but regardless, he has no way of getting there at the moment. Bolt again from Sharky onto the Mountain King of Trough that still has yet to hit level 3, but there it is as I say it. Also the Archmage about to hit level 5. Yo, Maxwell20132, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate that. Maybe a bolt again on that priest. Not quite enough mana on Trough, but the aura's working. The longer this goes for Sharky, the better it's going to be, but Trough still somehow remains ahead in supply. There's a blacksmith that I expected almost a little bit earlier. Versus 56 with even peasant counts actually right now. So the supply actually is what the supply is. It's not as though because Sharky has an expansion he has 8 more workers. Breakers coming out on both sides. Soon there'll be upgrades for Trough, and that will be an advantage because Sharky has yet to even build a blacksmith. Just looks like Trough is healthier, has more breakers, more priests. Slight experience advantage as well on the Archmage, which is paying off right now because it's aura level 3. So every second that Sharky's Archmage is not level 5, Trough is just getting more stuff, more healing, more bolts, more water elementals. Classic human mirror here, though. They've been fighting for what, 4 minutes straight? Don't you love it? Bolt on the Mountain King. Aura level 3, don't underestimate it. He's going to have a bolt super soon. That's why breaker feedback is really important. See how quickly he drains the mana? From 75 to 33 in just a matter of, a 1 second of out of position on Trough's Mountain King. Back to the shop could mean Sharky could grab a heal scroll. If he hasn't already, no he hasn't. Invol, heal scroll, both available right now. Expansion's been mining this entire time. Sharky's even going for his own blacksmith now. +1 attack is on the way for Trough. His one and only bolt thrown on the Mountain King. Sharky has one himself, as well as that greater heal still. He uses it on a priest, but instead focuses a breaker that's out of position. Kills the priest as well, almost. Decent breaker micro so far. Blacksmith almost finishing for Sharky, then he'll be able to even up the upgrades. One breaker falls, and Trough hasn't yet to even see the expansion of Sharky yet. That's how long they've been fighting for. He hasn't even seen it. They've been fighting in the middle of the map for this long, Sharky. You might need to burn that greater heal. You need to be worried that even if the Mountain King doesn't have a bolt this second for Trough, just check back in 3 seconds. And he'll probably have one because of Brilliant Sword level 3. 66 versus 60 supply as Sharky finally backs away from the fight. But, oh, there might be re-engaging. Bolt kills a priest. Water Elemental gives Sharky level 5, which he goes for Aura 3 immediately. We've been seeing a lot more in, like, top-level human mirrors recently. Blizzard retrain, which is kind of cool. Greater Heal finally used. That was the first item that Sharky found this game. He just used it now. 63 versus 69. And 1-1 upgrades not yet started for Trough. Sharky about to even up the upgrades. Breakers will both be at 1-0 now. Trough choosing to use a lot more bolts on the Mountain King as opposed to Sharky that seems to be only bolting priests from what I've seen. Sharky with 800 gold. But he's got enough lumber to keep producing. He might need a couple more peasants in the near future because he's only got 4 on lumber currently if he wants to get upgrades as well. 70 versus 62, the expansion finally paying off. Sharky did invest all that gold. But the lumber's starting to hurt a little bit as we see him build a peasant. I'd say just 1 or 2, maybe 3 maximum peasants for Sharky and his lumber will be fine. Breakers and priests are not very lumber heavy. How long's this fight been going on for? This is like the classic meme of Human Mirror, that the fights last forever and they're really boring. I kind of like this. I think it's hilarious. But most people can't stand watching this. It's very funny, though, that this is the game that we see. This is our first game of the day here. They've been fighting for at least 7 minutes. Why not play Knights? Lots of people do. Oh, Archmage almost gets surrounded. There's no town portal. I'm surprised we haven't seen that opportunity taken earlier by Sharky, but he gets the Archmage and Trough has no resources. Sharky add the expansion, and Sharky gets the win. Love time of retirement before the fight ends. Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? But it's exciting, though. Don't we want long fights? Do we really want short fights? I guess maybe we do. We want lots of Coil Novas. Thank you for not typing until the game was actually over on stream, Sharky. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Very mannered. Sharky will now play Starbuck. Ooh, we have Death Note versus Lucifer. Let's check that out. Long fights are epic. It's hard to know. Like, you could make arguments on both sides, right? It's really high skill human mirror. Breaker micro is very intensive because fighting 10 to 15 minutes straight is hard. I agree, Death Note. I agree with you. I agree with you. Speaking of Death Note, we're going to watch his game versus Lucifer now. Not a human mirror, but a human versus undead. What was that map? Northern Isles. It was Northern Isles. Of course. Of course. And Sharky got the win. This is for Death Note, 2 of the highest MMR players in this tournament. And now, ever since Maxwell is subscribed, I have Maxwell's Silver Hammer stuck in my head. And I will for the rest of the day now. Thank you, Maxwell. Studied metaphysical science in our home. Boom, 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 boom. Sharky won't know that one. But his grandparents would love it. Here we go. Lucifer versus Death Note on Autumn Leaves. Bottom left, Mr. Lucifer. Yes, that Lucifer. One of the most legendary RTS players of all time. Still gaming. In the upper right, maybe a less household name, but really strong player. One of the best that signs up for this weekly cup. One of the best, certainly on War 3 Champions. Always a high-ranked player on War 3 Champions, Mr. Death Note. Alright, Acolyte gonna scout the Archmage. Will be Lich for Lucifer. One of the most legendary figures in human history. Oh, you mean actually Lucifer. Makes you think. Footman scouting, Archmage here after the first item was grabbed. He didn't even wait to grab the item, actually. Nova right away on the Archmage. Water Elemental would have eventually canceled that Ziggurat, so better to save the investment and cancel it early. Second Nova. No doubt will eventually be thrown on the Archmage, but for now, Lucifer has to give up the creeping of this camp. This is always what Human versus Undead looks like at this level. Very, very high tempo. Both players trying to expand, or at least one trying to desperately. Lucifer does just bite the bullet and use the Nova. You could call it suboptimal to use the Nova on that creep, because he could probably get the last hit just by brute forcing with auto attacks, but wanted it to be over, wanted it to be done, wanted to get the experience. And once he can get level 2, then he'll have Dark Ritual for even more Novas. Death Note could get a lot of damage on that Lich. He just doesn't auto attack the Lich at all. Now he starts to, but he could have gotten 2 more sets of auto attacks. The Lich would be probably 120, 130 HP right now. Water Elemental's level 2. And there's Dark Ritual and another Nova available. Used on the Archmage right away. You'll always see every single Nova used on the Archmage at this level, unless there's a very, very valuable cluster to use it on for footmen or peasants. In the early game, at least. And Lucifer, he's trying to brute force the expansion. And Death Note's already halfway through his tier 2 tech with the Blacksmith on the way. What was that? 4th Ziggurat cancel now. Ritual Dagger was purchased. Can heal up that Lich a decent amount. Archmage not going to be so lucky. Going to have to wait for a Priest. Probably will cut the Arcane Vault. If he can get away with it, Death Note. The Lich is now healing up a little bit. Water Elemental could go for a cancel on it, but instead wants to try to deny the experience. This little scout, I think Death Note saw the main. Just wanted to make sure that Lucifer wasn't tacking. That he was, in fact, committing to the expansion, which now we know for sure he is. There's a Nova, though. Used right away again. Surround potential, but unfortunately didn't get the Skelly in front. And this is, like, just ideal play from Death Note. He's taken some damage, he's lost some footmen, but has he even really lost any footmen? Maybe 1, maybe 2, at most. But the fact is, he's tier 2. In a second, he's going to have a second hero in about a minute. He's going to have Priest to heal up the Archmage, and Lucifer is still just desperately trying to build a Haunted Goldmine. It really comes down to the very small details, the couple of seconds when you're defending that initial expansion attempt, that initial expansion creep. But he will force the TP, Lucifer, with a little sneaky, cheeky Nova, but there is going to be an Arcane Vault more or less up on time, but now Lucifer maybe with some breathing room in this game. His Nerubian's up, his Haunted Goldmine's going to be up, he is going to saturate it soon. Still, a timing is a timing. I mean, you're not stopping rifle production, you're not stopping that Mount King from coming out because you're forcing a TP. You're not slowing down Death Note's eventual push. Item's still on the ground. Imagine if he had gotten those claws earlier, that would have helped out a bunch. Lucifer definitely thinking about trying to get level 3, and he's almost there now. Dark Ritual again. Level 4 is really where that Dark Ritual starts to pay off. No way he's going for this. No way, Jose. This could be a lot of nice things. Mana Stone, Health Stone. Wand of the Wind can actually go pretty hard. Heal Wards wouldn't be the craziest thing, especially with the Death Knight being so far away. Ankh, obviously, similar thing. And we'll get Wand of the Wind. Like, with Nova level 2 and a Wand of the Wind, you can make some moves happen. Like, this is a dead Archmage. If he picks it up, he couldn't reach the Wand of the Wind because the Sasquatch was blocking it. He could have just Wand of the Wind and surrounded that Archmage right away. Death Note went in for the item, but was unable to get it. Now the wand has to be used on the Mountain King. Nova not used in time. And all because the Sasquatch blocked the Lich from being able to get that wand. This exchange does not go at all Lucifer's way. Then Gustin Gustel, thank you for the 37 months. How you doing? I appreciate that. I hope I pronounced that okay. I think I nailed it. I think I nailed it, man. I really do. And Lich is just dead and the game is just over. All because he couldn't grab that Wand of the Wind. That could have won him the game. It would have just been dead Archmage. If it was in his inventory when the Archmage showed himself, it would have been immediate Wand of the Wind, surround. Mountain King would have come in and tried to help the Archmage fight out, but it would have been too much damage. Archmage would have died. Second Wand of the Wind would have been used, killed the Mountain King. That's the ideal scenario, but bare minimum, he would have got the Archmage surround, I think. And with a Nova to follow it up. But he just couldn't reach it. He couldn't grab it. And then the Lich got bolted, and then the auto attacks brought the Lich down too low to commit to any hero kills. Absolute grounded disaster. But it is double elimination. So Lucifer loses there, but he drops down to the lower bracket. And we'll see him again, no doubt, today. And yeah, we actually will, because he's already beaten Big Murphy. He's already qualified. All right. I think I know what game we want to watch next. Hawk versus Phoenix. Phoenix, about a 2200 MMR Night Elf player with a interesting style. I play him all the time on ladder, and he goes like Tree of Life first. He pretty much always goes for some sort of an expansion play, which is very frustrating to play against as an orc player. But you got to give it to him that the strats are good that he plays. He likes Firelord first, Tree of Life first, things like that. So let's check him out. Let's check him out. Versus Hawk on Autumn Leaves. And winner of this will be qualified for the top 8. Death Note already qualified for the top 8 himself. Res from Tavern should rise like the price should rise. I think other people have made that argument too. I don't think you're totally wrong about that. Phoenix is always fun to watch, but sometimes it's 10 minutes and only has archers. Consistency is key. I'm not sure if I have the right Phoenix here. The flag might be incorrect, but we're just going to roll with it. Anyway, this is the Durrani Phoenix. This might not be the right. There's a lot of Phoenixes in our database, okay? There's like 5 different Phoenixes. But I think this is the right guy. Anyway, here he is in the bottom left. Hawk, of course, in the upper right. Seed number 3 in this tournament, I think. Right behind Chaemiko and Starbuck is Hawk. 2600 MMR player. Keeper versus Mountain King, not very common. I guess it would be the, dare I say, the 4th most common hero matchup. First being Archmage versus Demon Hunter. Second being Archmage versus Keeper. Third being Demon Hunter versus Mountain King. Fourth being Mountain King versus Keeper. You think I'm right about that? Just got here. Is that Carson? Hello. I am me. I am you, and what I see is me. As David Gilmour once said. But he didn't write the words. Of course not. Who could write the lyrics with somebody as controlling as Roger Waters in the band, okay? Although Metal is a great album. Mountain King going to expand here. Keeper going to go for, no doubt, a Tree of Life as well, if this Moonwell wasn't an indicator enough. Battle of the Birds. True, I didn't even think of that. Mountain King clears the Expo. Wisp sees everything. Phoenix not going for the Tree of Life just yet, but make no mistake, he will eventually. There it is, in a safer location. Keeper's got to be safe. Has yet to skill. Will be Treants, though. Yep. The nice thing about treants is oftentimes human players will bolt on the wisp. Yeah, you could actually tell where the bolt was going based on the slight deviation of the angle, but he didn't detonate it, which gave the Mountain King level 2 there. The reason why Keeper is good against this sort of expansion, oftentimes human players will build their Expo right against the trees and put their peasants against the trees so that you can't actually reach, but Keeper is not only ranged, also can disrupt the tree line by summoning treants, making space available to kill the peasants. That's what I wanted to say before the whole bolt thing. So Keeper's actually surprisingly good against fast Expos, despite being a little bit squishy here against the Mountain King, of course.
A player's forces are under attack.
More treants. Mountain King. Is he going to just throw a bolt? I mean, if he throws both bolts, he'll probably force the TP, but okay, so he's going to go for that. Needs at least probably one bash eventually. The next bolt will be a town portal. Oh, no, he's going to make it to the Moonwell. I mean, at this point, it's sunk cost fallacy, right? You're just going to throw the next bolt.
A player's forces are under attack.
And actually, Hawk kind of got owned there a little bit. There's still treants harassing him. Phoenix has all of his archers safe at home. And Mountain King uses all but one bolt. He'll soon have a second one. And he'll have a second base now as well. Phoenix has a little bit more time. He's got to walk this over. That's probably about a 40-second time investment. Tree has to root. That is a minute time investment. So Hawk is going to get at 10 gold per second. An extra 1,000 gold, let's say. But an extra 1,000 gold at the sacrifice of losing some peasants and power building it, whereas Phoenix can just build his safely and then walk it over. So it all evens out in the end, more or less. Clean 2-base game from both. And Keeper Mountain King, it's tough to say what the right army composition is for Hawk. If it's Mountain King against Warden, you'll see something different from if it's Mountain King versus Demon Hunter. And I wonder if you'll do something even different against Keeper as well. But what I would expect would be Archmage second, double Sanctum with rifles, probably, in the most standard case. And of course for Phoenix, he's got a lot of archers right now, which is a bit unorthodox, but Dryad Bear. Right? Probably Dryad Bear. Archers would die to one bolt if Hawk wants to commit to them, but he wants to commit for the Keeper. That's a surround, that's a TP. Phoenix does want to get a couple footmen. He actually fights his way out. That's very surprising that he manages to get out there. Kills 2 footmen. He's eventually going to have to town portal because there's Boots of Speed on the Mountain King and there's a bolt in, 5 mana. So he does TP, but 3 footmen killed, so nice value there from what was always going to have to be a town portal. Blacksmith coming up for Hawk and Tech as well. Tier 2 is done for Phoenix with lures on the way. Tree, as mentioned, gonna root pretty soon, or be mining pretty soon. We'll check if it is indeed a 1,000 gold advantage, or what it ends up being for Hawk. Also worth pointing out, his expansion literally costs double, so when I say 1,000 gold advantage, it's not that crazy of an advantage. Mountain King trying to creep level 3. Don't think he'll quite make it there with this. No, he's gonna be like 2.9 something. A little bit of a creep jack. Zeppelin could be purchased to maybe save some stuff against Stormbolt. Not even 2.9, by the way, 2.7. I was way off. Not fully saturated yet on the Expo is Phoenix. Last hit up for grabs, and it looks like it will be Hawk to get it. Good map control with all these footmen. There's the level 3, and there's the Boots of Quel'th loss. Whatever. Okay, let's check the gold mines now. 10,250. 1,500 extra gold for
Player's
Hawk.
forces are under attack.
And partially because Phoenix didn't saturate his right away. Huntress is coming out. I didn't expect that, but he's on mostly tier 2. And Hawk's going as expected. Rifleman, Double Sanctum, Archmage, as mentioned previously. No tower in the main this whole time. A lot of footmen still for Hawk. If this was an Archmage game with this amount of footmen, sometimes we can see at tier 2 human players go for a Panda and then just try to snipe the Tree of Life, because with Panda you can stop all repair with Breath of Fire, and then with the footman count you just right-click the tree until it's dead. It's been very common on this map in the past because of how close the tavern is to the Tree of Life. But with Mountain King, do you really want to play Mountain King Panda? I don't think so. So not really a possibility for Hawk. A Sapper, however, would be. Nature's Blessing is done, though. And this is a 2-base all-in from Phoenix. Tinker and how many APs? He's building 4 APs. I respect 5 APs. I mean, yeah. Why not? 5 APs. Why not? Why not? Hawk going in for the Shredder. Shredder should try to return the lumber before it dies. I think it will die to bash level 2 eventually. Yeah, double bash there. And Hawk is just going to counterattack. I don't think he knows about the 5 Ancient Protectors just yet. But he is going to be killing the Tree of Life slowly. Very slowly. Rifleman caught out of position. One of them will definitely go down. Heal Scroll used against more or less nothing. Both Riflemen going to die. APs need to be moved forward. This is looking pretty good for Phoenix. I don't see how Hawk cleanly defends this. A lot of militia. Town portal back. We need to root these APs right away. Root. Okay, Tinker gets surrounded. Used double Pocket Factory already. Blizzard. I was going to say retrain, but the Archmage just went Blizzard off the rip. Okay, Tinker is dead. 4 APs are in range. 1 still needs to move forward. Pocket Factory still around, but finally cleaned up. Phoenix has so much gold. He's got 1,000 gold, man. Could have a lot more units here. Maybe even glaive throwers. Imagine if he had like 2 glaive throwers here right now. 4 APs. Definitely scary for Hawk. He's still on 2 base cleanly. Probably building a workshop somewhere. Yeah, I think down here. There it is, power building it. Hawk clean as ever. Phoenix needs to get something done right now. Phoenix pushing into the base further. Blizzard doing a lot. Priest healing up as well to make these trades possible. Without Priest, obviously you can't just trade against 5 APs slowly, but Hawk's looking pretty stable, man. He's going to have a mortar team in a second as well. The guy just TPs back and defends 5 APs? Is that really what we're watching? I think so. Tinker never came back. He's got 1,400 gold. You just can't have that much gold, unfortunately, and beat Hawk. He just sort of stopped macroing. He hasn't rebuilt his second hero yet. He's got, like, he just hasn't built anything. It's it was a really good push. I like it. I like the 5 APs. Maybe, like, he stopped playing. You think he was just staffing? He's still microing. I mean, he's low on lumber, don't get me wrong, but yeah. And, like, I wonder about the Tinker. Like, it makes sense thematically here, but maybe Dark Ranger second? You imagine all the skellies you could have? Panda also? Probably Panda. Let's be real. Probably Panda. I mean, he's not even really even building wisps either to try to solve his lumber problem eventually.
A player's forces are under attack.
And that's going to be it. Impressive defense from Hawk. You know, credit to Phoenix for like a pretty solid push. And if executed, I think, perfectly, I think this push could have really won, actually. It could have done him some serious damage because Hawk had no idea about the 5 APs. He had no clue. But, yeah, unfortunately, Phoenix just banked too much gold. And sometimes this game really is as simple as just build enough units. Just build enough things on time, and you win the game. There's no better example of that than, like, standard human 2-base games, you know? Just build enough things, do very minimal micro, but have enough things and the correct mixture of things, and then you will win the game. And in the case of Phoenix here, I think if he just had enough things, he might have been able to make this work. Carson, please fix bracket. Yeah, I'll do it right now. Sorry. Fixing it, fixing it. Fix. Of course, we focus on the unit that gets staffed out. Thank you, Phoenix. But yeah, it's only a matter of time, unfortunately. Hawk is just getting so strong. He's going to be tier 3 as well. And level 5 MK. Pretty much one-shots the Keeper. I mean, with the assistance of the rest of the army. Unlucky not get a bash there. Gets, of course, a first hit bash on the Treant. Typical.
A player's forces are under attack.
And it's only a matter of time here. There's going to be Inner Fire. There's going to be maybe a Paladin if Hawk wants. There's going to be Fragmentation Shards soon. A lot of juicy things in the future for Hawk. And for Phoenix, he's squeezed all the juice he can, unfortunately. Hawk TPing out just to not be fighting into an anti-timing. What do I mean by that? He's 2 seconds away from tier 3 and then about a minute away from all the upgrades that he's going to get off tier 3. No reason to fight. Especially when he's up a base on top of all these advantages. So this wasn't a I'm scared TP. This is a I'm going to win even harder in 2 minutes TP. Yeah, Hawk has a very juicy army right now. He really does. Inner Fire, Frag Shards on the way. Not go for the Paladin. I will admit, sometimes Paladin feels a little bit like dud supply when you go tier 3 so late and you're like, oh, I have a level 1 Paladin. I'll heal 100 HP on my Rifleman, you know? So sometimes it feels a bit more efficient to just mix in more things, but he is going to go for the Paladin. Can't resist. Just can't resist. But am I the only one that feels that way sometimes? Like a level 1 Paladin at the 20-minute mark, you're like, you know, whatever. But I guess it's for setting yourself up for success in the future, because look how many creeps there are still on the map. The entire upper left, both reds, both consumables still available. He could easily get a level 3 Mountain King, or level 3 Paladin, rather. And there's a GG. Nice try to Phoenix, but Hawk, clean play. Didn't panic when there was 5 Ancient Protectors, and many players would just leave the game when they see 5 Ancient Protectors. You know? Many players would. Hawk stayed cool and calm and won the game. Gamba? Sure. Humans so weak, if you creep, you lose hero levels. Wouldn't that be interesting? A hero that steals experience. I guess that's just Blade Master. I was more thinking like in a Dota sense, you know? An ability, an ultimate that steals experience away. Can you imagine? Holy. Alrighty. That was fun. A little bit of some different strategies. Phoenix, I lost the point. I stopped producing units. Even with the loss of expansion, I could still win. Sometimes I make unacceptable mistakes like this, which goes on my nerves. It was a nice try. Yeah, that's pretty much what we said as much as that. But it was a good try. I like the strat. I like the strat. Unfortunately, you can't have 1,500 gold against Hawk, though. Unfortunate. It was a GG. It was a GG. Okay, we have 3 matches left until the top 8. Then the top 8 will be in the best of 3s. Or we won't, we'll be almost in best of 3s. Yeah, we'll almost be in best of 3s. So just double checking the rules of the tournament that I run. So we have, I'll show you the bracket. 3 matches we can choose between one of them. So far qualified, we have Mr. Starbuck, we have Death Note, we have Hawk, we have Chaemiko, we have 4 human players. Okay, we got Lucifer. It's all right. And you know what? Because there's so many human players, we're going to see Starbuck, I hope, play Orc. But we have Mr. Winter versus Trough. That's a human mirror as well. Phoenix versus Scimitar, not a human mirror. Sharky versus Night Devil. That'd be Lemus Dream. Lemus literally did not play because there were so many human players signed up. Human players win Grubby's Invitational every time. Human players are always 6 out of 8 players in the Back to Warcraft Weekly Cup. We've been talking about Night Elf all these years. I think we need to start talking about human, you guys. What do you think? What do you think? We need to bring these human players down. Anyway, Sharky versus Night Devil, I think. What do you think, Sharky? Should we watch that game? I think we should. Or do we watch Phoenix versus Scimitar? We tried to watch Skimmy earlier, actually. We should watch Skimmy. You shouldn't. Yeah, we should watch Skimmy, I think. Come to think of it. Because we tried to watch him earlier and we weren't able to. You know what I'm saying? Anyone? Anyone? Orc players have had way too good for way too long. What Orc players are you referring to, Shaker? Soen? Soen's won way too many tournaments. God damn it. Unacceptable. We gotta stop Soen from taking over the entire competitive scene. It wasn't even fun when Soen was winning every tournament. I just don't like Orc. I know, I'm an Orc player. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I gotta fight back. I just can't stand the dominance that Focus has had over the competitive scene for the last 15 years that he's been playing. I don't know. It has a ring to it, I guess, when you say it. I could convince myself that was the truth. I could, almost. I could live in that world. Just nobody can beat Linguagua no matter what they do. You know, Hitman is just beating... Oh, I guess Hitman does beat everyone in the North American scene, but... Yeah, that's fair. That's fair to say. Okay, we do have Phoenix versus Scimitar. We'll jump into it in 1.5 minutes. Once Flow TV catches up. This is lower bracket round 2. Once you remove Happy 120 from the equation, Focus and Lin will win on autopilot. Blade Master bullshit. Based. True. In fact, X-Lord 3-0 Hitman with Human, then took his main undead and lost. I saw actually all those games, clearly. I watched all of them. X-Lord his Human looks damn good, dude. He understands the way. That's the thing about really good players off racing. They have the language and the mechanics in which to translate things from their head into the game very easily without much practice. Therefore, when a really good player like X-Lord, previous second best in Europe right behind Happy, I might remind you, plays off-race, It's exactly as he, like, you know, he thinks it's broken in his head. He thinks the strats that are broken in certain matchup in his head, and then he executes them, you know, almost as though he's been playing them for years because he's just that good. So you get to see their ideas, more so what I'm saying. And I think he's got a lot of really good ideas. Whereas I think when you play one main race long enough, it all sort of gets homogenized. You play Orc long enough, you eventually just try to copy focus and keep losing games. You play Night Elf long enough, maybe eventually you end up looking like Life, or at least you hope to. But you play off race, you kind of have your own identity. But the mechanics that you gained from playing your main race, get what I'm putting down here? Does anyone hear what I'm saying? Anyone hear the words that I'm speaking? Is this making sense? It's coming through. Night Elf versus Orc for the first time today. No? Thank you, Reset, for your support as always. I appreciate that. Okay, this is the Phoenix that we know and love. Oh. Caster me knows and loves. Player me would be punching my monitor. I'll show you. I'm just going to jump into the game right now. We're going to waste no time. I'm going to show you what this strat is. Get ready, everybody. Get ready. Night Elf players, I deplore you. Try this strategy. Springtime, Night Elf versus Orc, Scimitar versus Phoenix. Oh, what's he doing here? Oh, he's building a Tree of Life. Look at the game time. Look at the game time. Look, look, look. Look at the top of your screen. He's 30 seconds he built the Tree of Life. No Gamba? Oh, sorry, we'll do it in the top 8, Don. Sorry, I keep forgetting. He built the Tree of Life at the gold mine at the 30-second mark. He does this to me. I play Phoenix on ladder all the time. I play him like a couple times a week. That's all the time for me. A couple times a week. He always does this on springtime. He always does this on springtime. Scimitar. Looks like Blademaster Mirror Image opener. Personally, for me, my views on this strategy from Night Elf is I don't know how to counter it, and I lose to it every time. But what I have heard is that Blademaster Mirror Image level 3 push is very good against this. Which I think is exactly what Scimitar is doing. The strategies that I've tried against this have been sort of like Tavern Hero, all-ins with Grunts and Demolishers and stuff. I've tried playing just Raider, Double Beast Raider with a Shadow Hunter. All these things seem to be a little bit too slow, in my experience. But what I have heard that I have not tried against the strategy of Phoenix is exactly what Scimitar is doing. Now, I will also point out, Phoenix is quite a bit more MMR than Scimitar. I think Phoenix is, I'll just tell you literally what the MMR difference is. Scimitar is 1829 MMR. Phoenix is 2171. So it's 350 MMR advantage. So regardless of the result, Phoenix statistically should win. So I'm not going to say, look how broken it is, because Scimitar doesn't win here. But he is doing the right thing, is what people have told me is the counter to this. Double Barracks, no tech, pillage. You think, see, like a lot of people have a lot of ideas about the strategy. I just, personally, I've never beaten this strategy. Me, personally. So I would like to see how it's beaten. I would love to see somebody like Lin play against it, for instance, or Hitman play against it. We haven't gotten that yet. But I'm very fascinated with this strategy and like how different orcs might approach it. For now, though, Scimitar in full defense mode. Tree of Life. Okay, it officially starts fully mining at 3 minutes and 33 seconds. The 3-3-3 strat. Moon plays the strategy sometimes. I've seen him play it one time, save Orcas, against Soin on Autumn Leaves, and he did win that game. Yeah, I saw that game. I haven't seen him play it more than once, though. I wish he would. I really wish he would. Because I'm convinced that it's really good for Night Elf players, but I feel like every Night Elf other than Phoenix and Moon apparently is convinced that it's not good at all. It's kind of like Pally Rifle, you know? That'll never work at pro level. I think it's one. I literally think it's one of those. But I could be wrong. I just want to be. I want to be proven wrong, you know? That's all. That's all I'm asking for. Anyway, very interesting. Tech halfway done. Second Ancient of War. The cool thing about how Phoenix plays this strategy is there's a few things. The first is if the blade goes for the cancel on the Tree of Life, like let's say the blade comes out of the altar with a grunt right away and tries to cancel this, or cancel the gold mine, or whatever, repeatedly, he goes Soulburn. Cannot cancel any longer. If not, Incinerate Harass stops the Blade Master from mirror image creeping, as we can see. And then also what he does that's very interesting, he opens with Mass Archers. Why Mass Archers over like Tier 2 Dryads, you might ask? Because the common approach for the Orc will be going 2 Beast Raiders. What are 2 Beast Raiders really good against? Well, 1, sniping the tree, and 2, fighting against Mass Dryads. What are they really bad against? Fighting against Archers. So he covers all of his bases. How do you counter Mass Archers and the Fast Tree of Life and the Fire Lord? I guess you go Mass Grunts or something? 2 Barracks Grunts? Showed the strat a long time ago to Grubby, then Hot and the Great Wall picked it up. Yeah, I remember them both playing it. Yeah, I do remember. They both played it a lot. Okay, this is probably around the most difficult time for Phoenix in the game. Tier 2 has been reached. Often we'll see, I think Tavern Hero might be the best approach. Grab a Naga, grab your own Fire Lord, something like that. But around the Tier 2 stage is going to be where Phoenix has the most adversity. Blade Master might have to TP does. Nicely done from Skimmy to get out of there alive.
A player's forces are under attack.
Expansion still mining away. And yeah, so Scimitar is going for double Beast Raiders, which I think, quote unquote, may be the correct way to play against this, because you're expecting Mass Dryads. But he's just playing Mass Archers. He's just playing Mass Archers. And Beastmaster second. Yeah, it's I'm glad we got to see this. Because I'd like more people to be thinking about this strategy on both sides, Orc and Night Elf. I'd like Night Elves to consider playing it more, and I'd like Orc players to consider what the best counter for it is as well. I'd like them to have to consider that. Specifically on springtime as well, but it's also played on autumn leaves. It can be played. The craziest thing about the strategy is it kind of can be played on every map, just not as well as springtime, obviously. But can you just burrow the Tree of Life? I guess if you send a peon like at the start of the game, yeah, if you like blindly send a peon at the start of the game to the center, which is not that big of a commitment. The issue is you'd have to do that every game on springtime, but that's not a bad idea. Just the default meta on springtime is to send a peon at the start of the game to the center, and if they build Tree of Life, you build Burrow. That's not a bad idea, Reset. Like, that could be standard. Now, as soon as Night Elf stops doing this strat, then Orc is just horribly behind from the early game, but it's a cool idea. And if not, I guess you just build the shop. You just build a shop here with the peon. I think that's one of the better ideas I've heard. It does screw up your economy pretty massively, but maybe it's okay. It's better than this, in my view. So the 2 Beast Raiders hit and run. What map is this? I didn't know about a creepless gold mine. This is springtime. It's a relatively new map. Or just build your own Great Hall. Yeah, true. If he expands here, you just expand as well, and then it's a race to the bottom. Oh, that'd be good. That's the meta I want to see. Autumn coming out. Marksmanship, by the way, finishing soon.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh yeah, I still think the meta for Undead against Elf is Center Expo. This is an interesting map for Elf against Undead because I think the meta is Undead goes for Center Expo, Night Elf all in Center Expo, and then Undead I think should transition into something like Necro Wagon and just sack the Expo. And it's only 58 against 45 right now, but it is tier 3 mass archers. Scimitar, not a bad attempt here, really. But yeah, Scroll the Beast. There's just too much damage here. Like maybe Grunt Shaman could be a thing. Because then you'd have like grunts with lightning shield. But I just don't know if you go Grunt Shaman, I don't know how you counter Mass Dryads. That's the main problem for Orc is like you can find a lot of ways to counter the archers, but how do you counter the possibility of Dryads as well? I guess you go Serpent Wards on a Shadow Hunter? There's a bunch of ideas for sure. Unfortunately for Scimitar today, it's not going to work. Love the strategy though. I really would love to see the strat more. Underused for Night Elf, in my opinion. All right, GG's. Nice try to Skimmy. Pretty good showing there, especially at, like, again, there was a 350 MMR disadvantage there, so Phoenix will qualify, and I have to do some adminning, I think. Oh, it's all done. Never mind. All right, there we go. Top eight is started. Quarter final, best of one, semi-final, best of three, grand final, best of three. What's that song that I was just boo do 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 do? I don't know. Whose memory gets worse as they get older? I'm sure there's some people whose memory gets better as they get older because they get more focused. I feel like mine's getting worse. It's not as though I'm like old age or anything. Am I middle-aged? What am I? Am I middle-aged? I don't know. These are the things you think about, you know? Anyway. Yeah, I wonder, Ancient of Winds, too. How old are you? I'm 30. Yeah, see, that's why I think the strategy is so cool. Like, obviously, as an Orc player, if you watch me play against it, I'll be complaining a lot about it, right? Obvious. I'm an Orc player against this strat. I feel like it's broken when I'm playing against it. I'm complaining. But from just a fan of the game and strategy and stuff, I think this Tree of Life strategy is, like, super interesting. And there's so many optimizations on both sides. Like, yeah, what if he goes Winds? What if he goes for one base, like one Wind Talons with Mass Archers? If the Orc counters Mass Archers, how do you counter Mass Archers and Dryads? Both with the same tech at tier 2, things like that. Do you go for a Tavern Hero as the Orc? Do you not? How do you play the early game? Do you try to cancel the gold mine in the center, or do you just let it get up and creep yourself? You know what I'm saying? 30 is young. Middle age starts at 40. 40. 40, 0, 80. Yeah, that's the middle, probably, around. Maybe not by the time we're 80, though, guys. Maybe not. Tauren. You can have your first Tauren by 9.5 minutes. By then, he should have about 97 supply archers. If my calculations are correct, yep, Taurens will win. But they have to be bloodlusted Taurens, Farseer Micro. They have to be bloodlusted Taurens, don't forget. I'm 38 and still feel young. I'm sure Betty White still feels young, man. Wait, is she alive? Uh-oh. She's dead. Top 8. Best of 1 to start, but then we'll be into the best of 3s afterwards. Here's our bracket. Starbuck versus Lucifer. Chaemiko versus Trough. Death Note versus Phoenix. And Hawk versus Sharky. I think, obviously, we will go with Starbuck versus Lucifer to start. Quarter final. And, you know, as we get to the top 8 here, we're getting towards the semifinal grand finals. I would like to remind you all, every Sunday, you guys can sign up too. I don't care if your MMR is 1. I don't care if it's 0. I don't care if you played 1 game. I don't care if you played 5 games. I don't care if you played for 20 years and you're still very low MMR like I am. You can sign up. You can play. There'll be somebody you could compete against. There's so many new players as well. I mean, I would like to encourage new players to sign up for this because it's not just for the Starbucks and the Hawks and all this. It's for everybody. You guys can sign up too and play versus each other. But if no like newish players sign up, then it will just be, you know, a spiral into happy versus happy in the grand finals every week. But, you know, if new players are incentivized to sign up, then you'll have other new players to play against as well. But it's a, you know, everyone needs to, but you gotta give. You gotta give. Calico cut pants, you gotta give. What are we gonna watch? Starbuck versus Lucifer. You guys know what I'm saying, right? This cup is for the whole community. It's for the whole community. Happy so good that he plays versus himself? Yeah. You know, if you want a little bit of like some people are, you know, they just want to try a tournament. You know what I mean? This is a good, like, opening beginner tournament to play in. Even though maybe you'll lose both games. I would, too, if I signed up. I'd probably go 0-2. But it's good. It's low pressure. It's all chill. There's one admin, and it's me. You know, it's all good. Yes, Lennon, yes. Yes. In fact, I would incentivize you to keep those pants on while you play. Anyway, just so you guys are thinking about that through the week, maybe sign up next week. You know what I'm saying? And the week after. And we're going to be watching Lucifer vs. Starbuck in 30 seconds. I need to turn off the autofocus on my camera. There we go. Low light compensation off. There we go. What's the lowest MMR signed up in history? Like 300? We had a guy that was like 300 MMR or around there that signed up like for like 50 cups in a row. Damn, then I can't get that record. You could be the lowest MMR player to make it to the second round. Think about it. Think about it. You could make history. Lucifer versus Starbuck. We saw this matchup earlier, Lucifer versus Death Note, Human versus Undead. Different map, though. This is Northern Isles. Winner will be in the semifinal. Winner will be in best of 3s. It's no longer double elimination, so whoever loses this map can get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Still best one, and I will give you your prediction as I see Don's name in the chat. Who win best of 1? Starbuck. Lucifer. 2 minutes. There you go. I'm a man of the people. I would be nothing if I was not a man of the people. Here we go. Bottom left, Mr. Lucifer. Upper right, Mr. Starbuck. What we learned earlier, alter of the position sometimes can work as an arrow towards what the first creep camp will be. Now, if we follow that, literally, he's going to creep this Murloc first, which wouldn't be unheard of, but I think more so he's going to be creeping this. But we'll see. I've been wrong before. I've been wrong today. I've been wrong in the last 60 seconds. No doubt. But I will never be wrong again. That is my pledge to you guys. I will never be wrong again in my life. Lich versus Archmage. Starbuck is probably going to lean more towards playing one base. But we'll see. Militia called. 6 of them, and a Scout Footman. The Scout Footman is very valuable against a fast-expanding undead because it can easily attack an Acolyte. Attacking an Acolyte forces a Nerubian. A Nerubian costs 20 lumber and 100 gold. Especially the 20 lumber can delay the expansion from undead by a full return of what may only be 1 ghoul actually mining lumber at home while you're creeping your expansion. So forcing this Nerubian has some cascading effects that are actually pretty impactful. But for now, no expansion in sight.
A player's forces are under attack.
And Starbuck, is he calling Militia already? Let's see. If he calls Militia, he's going for the lab for really fast level 3. Doesn't look like it right now. Okay, there's the tech. Cloak and Wand of Mana Stealing. And Lucifer also teching. 1 base, 1 base. And level 2. Who's favored on 1 base, 1 base? It's hard to say, really.
A player's forces are under attack.
And Crystal Ball has yet to actually reveal anything. Lucifer gets Scroll the Beast. They're both getting pretty terrible items. Crystal Ball has yet to be used. There's the Militia. Claws on the ground, but level 3 is what's important. Lucifer needs a couple of kills to get level 3 himself. No deny there. So a little bit more than 1 footman, I think, will get him to level 3 himself. 1 ghoul for 1 footman. Lucifer could invest another Nova to try to get 1 more footman kill. For now, he's trying to keep the footman and the Archmage away from his main. Doesn't want to lose any Acolytes during the tech, of course. Nova on the Archmage. That's pretty good damage. Cloak of Shadows now used. Dark Ritual. There's almost 2 more Novas on the Lich still. Nova again. A lot of pressure on this game as well. It being only a best of 1. You lose your Archmage accidentally, and you're just out of the tournament. Wand of Mana Stealing, though, ensures the Lich does not have another Nova, even with a Dark Ritual and a full HP Ghoul. Don't think he would get it. Well, he nearly would. Now he definitely would, so the Archmage has to be careful. 1 kill on anything, level up, Nova level 2, Archmage dead. So Starbuck's got to be very wary of this happening. He should maybe even use the second Wand of Mana Stealing if he wants to stick around, just to stop that from happening. Graveyard did get canceled. That means no Slaughterhouse. That also means no Fiends. It also means no Wand of Negation, if I understand correct. I think it denies Wand of Negation. And both water elementals expire, so no experience. Wow. It's pretty good from Starbuck. There's the Mountain King, there's the Sanctum. Crystal Ball, look at that. It's the first time he used that item as well. Just blindly calls out his creeping. Sees everything on the lich, sees the movement. Gonna eat a Nova, no doubt. Oh, no, just cancels the healing. Surprised he didn't Nova there. And Mountain King. Is this a tier 2 expansion from Starbuck? Or does he just want to creep Mountain King right away? Doesn't get much more efficient than this. There's the Death Knight. Now we're in risky territory for that Archmage. Level 2 Mountain King. Starbuck is looking to expand at tier 2. And this is an issue for Lucifer, because, like, do you invest mana in the peasants, or do you invest mana in trying to actually win the fight? Just gonna Nova that Archmage. Still gonna lose ghouls to Stormbolt. Maybe even the Lich could die if there's a surround. We'll just take the guaranteed kills. Bolt denied. Double Slaughterhouse for what I have to assume is abominations on the side of Lucifer. So every bolt's a kill, though. Pennant of Energy means there's a whole lot more bolts as well. Oh. Priest is healing up the Archmage. He could cloak. And there is dust. So he cannot cloak. Dark Ritual, but didn't quite calculate it enough.
Forces are under attack.
And Lucifer almost getting surrounded there. A couple of peasants are going to go down. Bolt, this will be a surround. But I think the game's just over, you guys. Getting some extra peasant kills, but another 8-minute game. Starbuck gets the win. Starbuck's in the semifinals, and that is that. Well, Stormbolt did a lot there. Stormbolt did do a lot there. All right, Death Note versus Phoenix. Let's do it. What happened to my boy Lucifer? Yeah, it was a very weird, unorthodox game. Maybe not quite comfortable with how that game sort of played out. All right, Human versus Night Elf now. It's best of one who decides the map. They veto down to 1. There's only 5 maps in the pool, so it's easy to veto down to 1. That was Northern Isles, and this next map, what do you know? Also Northern Isles. This will be our last best of 1, and then we'll be watching a couple of best of 3s, maybe even a few best of 3s before the end of the day. Also a quarterfinal match. To determine, I think, who's going to be playing Hawk. Death Note versus Phoenix. We just saw with that Tree of Life first strategy. One second, I'm doing prediction. So Starbuck there, and then prediction again. Start prediction. Who win best of 1? Phoenix. Death Note. I'll give you guys 30 seconds, so you got to predict quick. And here we go. Bottom left here is Mr. Death Note with the Archmage first, Phoenix, Keeper, and Ancient of War at the expansion. So I said he really likes expo strategies in general. He always wants to expand some way or the other. And this game will be no different. We kill the barricades because there's nothing better to do with the archer. Treants first. Death Note. Is this a 3-farm expansion? 1, 2, 3. It is indeed. 30 seconds is too low. Well then, you can have 0 seconds. How about that? Pendant of Energy. Not the greatest item. Talisman of Evasion. Not the greatest item. Ancient of Wonders for Phoenix. Oh, don't lose your Ancient of War. He's got 10 HP on his Ancient of War. A single auto attack would kill it from the creep. Okay, he's good. He's good. It's okay. Everything's gonna be okay. Ancient of War at the Expo. That's an interesting approach. Actually hard to deal with. No Tree of Life built just yet. At least that I can see. Hunter's Hall actually being built, so it's going to be a mass hunt all in towards the expansion. It might be in Death Note's best interest to just not expand. He's expanding in front of an Ancient of War and a Keeper with 3 Treants at his expo. 4 Treants with double Ancient of War Huntresses coming online. There could not be a worse situation to expand in. Or should I say there couldn't be a better situation to just tack in. Honestly, just cancel it, man. Just cancel it, Death Note. Do yourself a favor. Cancel it and tack. Don't do this to us. Don't do this to yourself. Don't do this to the fans. Well, he won't at least be forced to cancel it. But there's going to be Huntresses on their way very, very soon. These treants should probably try to attack these peasants, you know what I mean?
A town is under siege.
And Huntresses on their way out. This is definitely some sort of all-in for Phoenix. And there doesn't need to be any subtlety from Phoenix. I mean, Death Note did commit to the expansion. So now he's got to try to get level 3 Death Note. Level 2 Water Elementals are very good against Huntresses before they have heavy armor. Which, the way this game's going, I would not expect them to get the tier 2 upgrade that gives them heavy armor anytime soon. Coming out. Footman killed in the main base by Entangle. And we're just mining on the expansion, waiting for the hunts to be built. Keeper sold TP, got boots and staff. Also sold the Talisman of Evasion from earlier. Full mana, and Huntress is being produced. Are we going to be supply blocked in a second? Oh, he doesn't care. He's pulling 3 Wisps. It's going to be Wisps not just for detonating, but also for building APs. I mean, with the amount of lumber Phoenix has, he could pull every single Wisp. He could pull way more than 3. Okay, he's got 4. He could pull like 7 Wisps. And then what you do is you just mass detonate the Archmage down to 0 mana. And build APs at the same time. He's got enough lumber to do this. Death Note does still have his town portal. So if he wanted to, he could mass militia town portal in here, but for now he's just going to run his militia over from the main base. Really nice usage of the illusion, because now it's de-incentivizing Phoenix to detonate 1 water elemental, because he doesn't know which one has less duration on it in his eyes. Level 3 Archmage. Now there's going to be a whole lot less incentive to detonate these water elementals. And Phoenix just seems to be flopping over and dying here, to be honest. He's got a hard commit to something. The farm's in position for the APs. Uh-oh. Death Note's not going to have much issues dealing with this, it doesn't look like. Yeah, Archmage has so much mana now. A lot of militia. I mean, look how many militia there is. A couple of footmen will fall, but the militia cancel all the APs in the back. It does cost Death Note a little bit, but at the end of the day, he's almost tier 2. He's going to have enough workers to deal with pulling this many militia. In the long run, he'll have enough lumber. And I think we're just starting to see Phoenix's strategy fizzle out a little bit, unfortunately. Maybe the initial Huntresses were just a little bit too slow because he built that Ancient War aggressively at the Expo. Because he built that shop very early. I think those couple of things delayed the Hunter's Hall, delayed the first Huntresses, delayed the timing overall, and Death Note got level 3. Now he's got a guard tower here as well. He's just sort of crossing all the boxes that he needs to defend this. Mountain King on the way now for Death Note as well. Maybe the altar could be killed? Double Sanctum coming up. There's just no angles anymore, is there? Tier 2 and a Tree of Life is being built. But you can imagine by the time an expansion is mining, by the time Tier 2 and lores are up, you can picture how big of an army Death Note's going to have. And his lumber's low right now, but he just built 2 Sanctums of Mountain King, and he's getting long rifles, so he'll have enough lumber. He just invested a bunch of it. Death Note never even had to repair the Town Hall that was at half HP. Illusion scouting everything, sees the Tree of Life, sees the soon-to-be Tree of Ages. Death Note knows all the timings now that needs to hit. Maybe the Archmagi, not too bad. Now we can get some solo creep and scroll the Beast. Also not too bad, I suppose. And Lab will be in the next creep camp. There's still some semblance of map control for Phoenix, but if there's enough water elementals and enough storm bolts, he'll probably not trade very favorably, despite still having a ton of hunts. Still actually building Huntresses, by the way, which confirms that he's just going to go for heavy armor, most likely. I'm surprised he hasn't gone for like a run-by towards expansion. Now it's going to be a bit hard because there's so many farms and Death Note's repairing it, but he did know earlier how much he had damaged it. Huntresses not as good now against buildings as they were before, but could have been a play. Tier 2's almost done for Phoenix. Last hit, not giving up. The Stormbolt was there. Ring of Regen found from the lab. One thing this is doing for Phoenix, at least, is forcing Death Note to solo creep, or not solo creep his Mountain King. So the Archmage is stealing some XP. Big clap. Priest went down. There will be heavy armor pretty soon on the hunts. Deny. Alright, level 4 Keeper. Heavy armor on the way. Moonglaive upgrade. Where is it? There it is. An expansion running. Is there some room to play? Potom coming out. And Vorpal Glaives as well. Alright, let him cook. 70 supply against 47, though. Death Note's probably just going to kill the expansion. Maybe a counterattack, though. An Expo for an Expo? Might be the only play Phoenix has. Is to go right down here and try to counterattack. He'd at least be able to kill a bunch of farms. On the bright side, this expansion's not dead yet. 51 versus 79 supply. With a Scroll of the Beast, with a heal scroll, with a town portal, with militia here. And the Priestess of the Moon level 1 is not really going to turn the tides too much in Phoenix's favor. War goes down. There's half the production cut. A debt training even for the Sorks. I wouldn't be surprised to see Death Note go tier 3 soon. Why not? And slow. Clap in a second. He's a little bit low on mana. There's a level up. And there's the clap. And the only question of this fight is, will Death Note lose a single unit? I'm afraid to say. So far hasn't. Heal Scroll even saves the one. Sorko's about to fall, level 4 on the Archmage. And there's 2 Huntresses that are close to dead. And that's about it. As I said, tier 3. Would not be surprised to see in the production in a second for Mr. Death Note. Elf has no heal. He's got some moon juice. But Death Note, with a clean game, really no adversity to the Mass Huntress AP all in. He just had everything dealt with immediately. Easier said than done. He made that strat look like it was not viable at all, and I would say that it is quite viable. All right, Death Note will move on, and he'll play, I think, Hawk. Okay. Now it's getting serious. Semifinals, rematch of last week. Starbuck versus Chaemiko. Starbuck is playing Orc. Chaemiko did win 3-1 last week on the odd maps. This is what we've been waiting for. Winner of this match will be in the grand finals. Here, 30 seconds was too short. Here's 5 minutes. How about that? Take 5 minutes. Take 5 minutes. Take it all. This matchup could be the grand finals. Very well could be. Now, in a way, you should root for Starbuck, because if Chaemiko wins, it's guaranteed a human mirror in the grand finals. And you should also, in another way, root for Starbuck because he lost last week. So is he the underdog here? It's tough to say. But I just gave you 2 good reasons to root for the Orc. And I guess the third one would be that he's the Orc player here as well. Get your predictions in. Map 1 is Springtime. Starbuck 2800 MMR. I didn't realize he was that high MMR. Jesus. Chaemiko almost 2700. It's like 2640. It's safe to say they're both really, really good at this game. All right. Semifinals, best of 3. Grand finals will also be best of 3. Winner of this series will be there already, facing either Death Note or Hawk. Map 1. Here it is. Upper left, Mr. Starbuck as the Orc player. Bottom right, Chaemiko, of course, human. First time seeing an Orc versus human today? I think so. My favorite matchup. In the whole wide game, my favorite matchup. See what the starting heroes are. Chaemiko keeping the base open for now. We'll go for the Archmage. Starbuck is not going for a grunt opener, just straight headhunters. And what we need to look out for is how many farms Chaemiko builds. His altar could either suggest going for the expansion first, which is not uncommon on Springtime, or going for the screen camp. I do hope that he doesn't go for the fast expansion. I just feel like fast expo and Springtime never seems to work out for human on this map. The game was Orc versus Human first for a reason. True, true. I watched a video yesterday on YouTube of a guy playing every single Blizzard game, like starting on the Nintendo games that they made or whatever, all the way to whatever the last game they made was, and he did not like Warcraft 1, but he really liked Warcraft 2. Is that based? I don't know. Okay, Chaemiko will go for the 2-farm tech, a strat that I'm sure you guys are all familiar with if you've been keeping up with Grubby's tournament. This is the strat that Yamato's been playing a lot versus Orc. And the water elemental. This essentially could be Tyler versus Yamato. This is what you would see. This is actually what you would see.
A player's forces are under attack.
So it's a little taste test. I don't know if you'd see this great of a base build from Tyler. But this is the same strategies you would see. Archmage acting as a tower before the tower, of course. That's why the base is open, so that Chaemiko can defend his peasants while he waits for this arcane tower, because he skipped the arcane tower to get the tech quicker. Just very, very defensive play from Chaemiko. Starbuck trying to get something done. But actually, contrary to what feels right for the Orc in this position, you should actually, by the time you have your 3rd or 4th Headhunter, be creeping the Farseer up to level 3. It feels like you should just play fully aggressive here as the Orc. You should try to kill peasants, you should try to kill footmen, because they tech so quick, they have so few footmen. But it's kind of counterintuitive that as the Orc, you should creep here. Starbuck should back away and creep right now, in my opinion. Arcane Tower is going to be up in 22 seconds. Chaemiko has won this early game so far, in my opinion. But there's still room to do stuff for Starbuck. One footman gets quite low. And like, it looks like Starbuck's getting a lot done. But Chaemiko had a very, very fast tech. That's what we have to remember. And neither player is creeping. So Chaemiko's just ahead in experience because he got 1 creep camp to start. Starbuck's still at 0 experience. Now if we just check the techs, Chaemiko is ahead on the tech. Now Starbuck's going to begin creeping. In my opinion, a little bit late, but better late than never. Cloak of Shadows, that's very valuable. Chaemiko maybe going to try to get the center green for level 2. Well, he knows Starbuck has bigger camps on his mind, like the shop. Mountain King on the way. Tier 2 about to finish for Starbuck. Then we'll probably see Bestiary and a Torn Chieftain. I'd be surprised to see a Spirit Lodge in this game. I'd also be surprised to see a Tier 3 tech, but we could. And that's exactly what we'll see. Troll regen as well, which will make it so he doesn't have to use salves on any of these headhunters. Chaemiko, where are you? Here we are. Notice Starbuck took the camp that he knew Chaemiko, pretty much the only camp Chaemiko would be able to creep right now. And he wants to get the shop, but the Mountain King's going to be out in a second.
A player's forces are under attack.
There's the Mountain King. Starbuck still wants to get a shop, but Chaemiko he's played this really well so far. The question for human always is, how do I stop the orc from creeping with 3 footmen that pretty much die as soon as they get into range? Pretty much what Chaemiko did here. Run in, run out, threaten to attack, but don't actually attack. Just your presence, your aura can stop the orc from creeping, and now the Mountain King's here with 2 riflemen. And Starbuck's speed scrolling away with a level 1 Farseer. Safe to say there is no chance of an expansion getting up for Starbuck. Very well played from Chaemiko. PR Deltoid. Thank you for the prime. Good to see you. Appreciate that. And now Chaemiko kind of drinking his milkshake a little bit. He's stealing away the shop that Starbuck so desperately wanted, but 6 headhunters is still 6 headhunters. First Raider and Grunt on the way. Brute Strength and +1 armor is done already. Starbuck trying to play a very stable 1 base. Level 2 Farseer. Chaemiko, it would be in his best interest to probably go for a double Sanctum play early on, knowing that Starbuck is not planning on expanding. Bolt. Surround. Cloak could be passed. He's kind of, unfortunately, a little bit messing up his micro, and he tried to pass the cloak instead of the TP if he was there a second earlier. TC's only level 1. But Chaemiko got the TC and he got the shop creep. I'm just waiting for that second Sanctum. That's all I'm waiting for. Starbuck is going for the Spirit Lodge in anticipation of the second Sanctum. Once you have more sorts, more slow, higher level Archmage, you tend to want Shamans for the Purge, for the Lightning Shield on the extra casters to get rid of the slow, things like that. So you don't always need Shamans against just Rifle Caster because it's Priests and it's a low level Archmage. But as the game develops, you do. Starbuck does get a shop, does have the TC back. Level 3 Farseer finally. And we might go into a creeping war. We'll see. Chaemiko kind of has 2 paths he can go down. Either just keep creeping the Mountain King as long as he possibly can, try to get close to level 5 MK. Or he can try to push and keep fighting, which seems to be what he's going for. Bolt does not land because of the really, really nice stomp from Starbuck there. Fantastic done. Fantastic done? Fantastically done. Moon Bracers as well is close to the best item on the TC. Chain Lightning also, I think, got that last hit. He did. And Bolt finally gets 1 last hit. Chaemiko lands the clap. The micro from Starbuck in this engage has been pretty close to perfect. Pulled away the Headhunters in time for the clap. Putting damage on the Mountain King so that he can't be overly aggressive with the claps that he's using. There's no more stomps, and there's a whole lot of claps still left. Beyond still scouting. Shaman, Adept training on the way. Kodo is out, and second armor upgrade for Starbuck. Chaemiko is only now going for the second Sanctum. I can't help but think that feels a little bit late. Super high level here. Looks like they're going to divide the map in half in terms of creeping. Unless Chaemiko decides to go right now, which if he wants to push now, wouldn't you think going for that second Sanctum would be a weird choice? So they'll probably both choose to creep. And creep the entire map. Red into lab, into their opponent's expansion, into probably trading town portals is what I'm going to expect in the next 2.5 minutes. Notice Chaemiko solo creeping the Mountain King. Starbuck also more or less trying to solo creep the TC. Farseer levels are more valuable than Archmage at this point, though. Chain Lightning upgrade, always nice. But the TC's not even level 3 yet. For Chaemiko, he does not need any more levels on the Archmage. He's got Aura level 2. His goal should be level 5 Mountain King. Every itty-bitty bit of experience should go on the Mountain King until level 5. A little bit more nuanced, I suppose, for Starbuck, but he's going to do probably the same thing on the TC. Crystal ball reveals.
A player's forces are under attack.
And from the red, we go to the lab. And from the lab, we go to the expansion. From the expansion, we go to our opponent's main base. And from our opponent's main base, we trade town portals. From there, tough to say. Do you break upkeep? Do you expand? Do you go tier 3? There's a lot of options. The game sort of plays itself, you know, at this point slightly. But after the town portals are exchanged, it's tough to say how the game plays.
A player's forces are under attack.
TC with Talisman and Bracers, yeah, items are great. Starbuck also got double heal scroll. Cloak of Shadows and Claws on the ground. Farseer doesn't unfortunately have the space. And Starbuck is preemptively maybe moving back home. Because, like, they both know where each other are. They both know exactly what's going to happen. They know that somebody's going to end up in somebody's base soon, or both of them will end up in each other's bases. So Starbuck pre-moves back, because then he can force the TP on Chaemiko without having to use his own town portal. Chaemiko did already break upkeep, though. Does Chaemiko actually want to take this fight? Both players broke upkeep.
A player's forces are under attack.
Very high level. One creep camp's actually untaken, which isn't enough for level 5 TC, but it would have been maybe enough for level 5 Mountain King. So this is an important move for Starbuck to come back home. Mountain King, very aggressive. Clap lands on everything. Kodo goes down and TP back. And if that's a sign for future fights, I'd be worried for Starbuck, but 60 versus 68. Map is literally crept out. It's very high level stuff, guys. It really is. Both players understand this matchup just at such a high level.
Player's forces are under attack.
Oh, and there's still a creep camp left. Oh, is that a slight mistake from Starbuck? I mean, you can't blame him for not realizing that this wasn't available. You would assume it is. But now the Mountain King's level 5. Okay, Invis pot on the TC. It comes down to micro. It literally comes down to micro. Starbuck cannot be more prepared. He can't expand. He'd die if he expanded. He's got the Invis pot. Stomp lands on everything. Lightning Shield as well. Dispelled. TC's taking a lot of damage, but has a big potion of vulnerability. Uses it early so he doesn't get breaker feedbacked. Starbuck is down supply. He's down in positioning because he's not close to his base, but his micro here has more or less been perfect, but here's the Mountain King. Bolt, clap, lands on more or less half the army. Kodo hasn't devoured yet. Shamans could purge the water elemental. TC all of a sudden not so safe. 52 against 66 supply. TC finally gets level 5, and Starbuck gets the hell out of there. But he burned both heal scrolls. 49 against 66. Okay. I mean, it just seems so bulletproof the way that Chaemiko's played this game. It really does. Like, I can point out some errors from Starbuck, but they'd be very small. They'd be very slight inaccuracies. And Chaemiko, I really couldn't tell you what he's done wrong this game. Maybe some mechanical mistakes, but overall strategically, it's tough to say, man. And now the clap level 3, dear God. Bolt on the TC, breaker feedback, always great. Like, even with the perfect money stomp at the start of the fight out of Invis, double heal scroll, Chaemiko still traded 15 supply up in that last fight. He drops all the items so that he can get maximum mana from the mana potion. Heal scroll again used. Clap hits everything again. Overlay jump 1k damage for the MK with that clap. Yeah, just very well played. Very, very well played. Okay. Oh, the overlay. Oh, it's bugged. What the hell? Are the numbers still correct? That's weird. Let me refresh. Oh. Oh, it broke. Oh, there we go. Ah, yes. That's accurate, right? Those are the right numbers? Yes. Just look at the impact that the Mountain King has compared to the TC, right? Super well played. Like I struggled to find things that Chaemiko did wrong that game. I really do. Now, what did Starbuck potentially do wrong? We can talk about that a little bit. In my opinion, Starbuck was a little bit too aggressive in the early game. How you want to play the early game against human, and now this is easier said than done, against Chaemiko especially. But how you want to play as the orc, when you notice that the human has gone for a 2-farm tech, with only 3 footmen, no arcane tower, very greedy, very little defenses. You want to be aggressive for like the first set of wolves, maybe the second set of wolves. And then once you have between 3, 4, or even 2 headhunters, you want to start creeping. Why do you want to start creeping? Because the human has only 3 footmen. They cannot creep aggressively. They can certainly not creep faster than you. And you also have map control as the orc. So what you want to use that map control for is to steal away camps from the human player aggressively, trying to get up to level 3 Farseer. And then once the human player's Mountain King comes out, not only are you level 3 Farseer against a level 2 Archmage, level 1 Mountain King, but you've also stolen away a lot of the easy-to-take camps for the MK. Then you can clear your expansion with your TC. Then you can play aggressive into the very now predictable creep route of the Mountain King with your level 2 wolves. And Starbuck almost kind of tried to do that last game, but he waited until he had 5 headhunters to start creeping, and then by the time he started creeping, the Mountain King was already out creep-jacking him, and he didn't have level 3 Farseer. That's the slight, let's say, inaccuracy. He waited 2 headhunters too long to start creeping. That's what lost him the game, in my opinion. Here's game 2. Tidehunters, upper left Chaemiko, bottom right Starbuck. Grunt opener this time for Starbuck, which means he can definitely get a little bit of creeping done. Other than that, Starbuck really made no mistakes, in my opinion. So you might ask me, so the game was over at the 5-minute mark? Yes. And if you play against Stockfish in chess, the game is over by the second inaccurate pawn move. Because Chaemiko didn't really make any mistakes, in my opinion. This time around, a different build order from Chaemiko. 3-farm with tower. Completely different game flow here now on both sides. Chaemiko might be going for level 3 Archmage. So everything I just said that Starbuck should do doesn't really exactly play out the same. It's a much, much different game when the human plays like this, because their tech is more delayed. And because their tech is delayed, they want to go for more creeping, which then incentivizes the orc to actually play more aggressively in a weird way. Chaemiko calling militia. I wonder if he's expanding. It'd be weird to expand with an arcane tower this early, but he might be doing just that. Starbuck did creep both center turtles for level 2. Chaemiko does want to expand. He's going to take a lot of damage doing so. With 2 items, with a grunt, and with chain lightning already unlocked, you could lose a lot of peasants. I'm surprised Chaemiko's switching things up so dramatically after playing game 1 just flawlessly. He's doing a strategy that, in my opinion, has a lot more holes in it than just the really clean 2-farm tech rifleman. He is committing to the expansion. We see a 4th farm. We see the arcane tower being built. And Starbuck's probably licking his lips. I would be. Shop aggressively in the center. Probably we'll see a Fire Lord from Starbuck. Probably we'll see double Bestiary. It's just, if ever you're going to, like, from my point of view as an orc player, if ever I'm going to get a big upset on, like, a human player a lot better than myself, it's because they fast expoed.
A player's forces
There are times when you play against fast expo as an orc and you're like, damn, this is a really good strat. What am I supposed to do? They have so many footmen. They have defend. I can't kill anything. But then there's other times when it just falls apart for the human. And it's looking pretty good for Starbuck so far. He's stopped the expansion entirely. And his tier 2 is, let's say, 20 seconds away. He's got a shop about to finish in the center. And Chaemiko is truly committing to the expo. He hasn't teched yet. It's not a fake expansion. It's a real expansion. There's just no town hall to show for it. So nice headhunter movement. He noticed the ensnared footmen. Put some damage on that. And tier 2 is right around the corner. Starbuck could go for a Firelord, but he might be in such a strong position he could even just go TC. He doesn't need the power spike of a Firelord. He's already strong enough. But I would be very surprised to see anything other than double bestiary. Town Hall in front of 4 headhunters is cancelled immediately. And yeah, Starbuck is confident enough to just go Tauren Chieftain. I totally agree. Still should go double bestiary, but the insurance of TC, as opposed to just all-inning with a Firelord, is something Starbuck has the ability to do in this game. Chaemiko not going for defend. Is rebuilding the town hall, is getting a shop. It's there's no subtlety about it. It's an expansion from Chaemiko. It's an expansion, and Starbuck is going double bestiary into it. Good luck. That's all I have to say. Good luck. We'll see if Chaemiko can make some moves. He definitely, first and foremost, needs level 3 Archmage. Maybe he could get it off the Murloc if only he had the positional ability, let's say, to go for that Murloc camp. This is what he wanted to do earlier, but now Starbuck wisely is taking away all the creeps that he could potentially get level 3 off of in a safe way. Just the more you look at it, the better it seems for Starbuck. Town Hall's up and mining. Defend is about to finish. Footmen are healing up. Those are some things on the plus side for Chaemiko. Pillage already being upgraded. Level 3. Farseer. Chaemiko very defensive. Raiders are now on their way out. Don't see Ensnare being upgraded yet. Maybe a slight macro error from Starbuck. But Defend Footman plus an Arcane Tower is a deadly combo in defense. Chaemiko just started his tech now. 7-minute tech, it's not terrible. Scroll the Beast as well. Scroll the Beast with Raiders and Pillage is a deadly combination. He's also got +1, so once you have like 4 Raiders, he could just pop the Scroll the Beast and kill the expansion. It's going to be up to Chaemiko to block the Town Hall. Is he building a lumber mill here? No, he's building a blacksmith, though. Block the Town Hall from the Raiders ever getting the kill. We need to get a heal scroll. Chaemiko doing a run-by, but Starbuck's trying to defend with only the Farseer while attacking with the TC. This could get messy. Could get very messy. And there's no shop here. Starbuck would maybe like to buy mana pots so he could spam Chain Lightning on the Footman. But he's got no shop. TC is doing damage at the expo. 1 burrow already goes down. Still no Chain Lightning. Surprises me. Okay, expansion is more or less unoperational at this moment. 2 burrows go down and Town Portal back. And you know what? Chaemiko just sort of moved the peasants and was like, I'll just not mine for the time being. And then he surrounds the TC, but he's going to fight his way out, perhaps. Chaemiko replaces the surround on the left-hand side with the militia. TC's just dead. He's just dead. Archmage gets level 3, finally. And Starbuck's supply blocked off being able to rebuild the Tauren Chieftain. What seemed to be the perfect game might just be 2-0 right now. Rebuilding double burrows.
A player's forces are under attack.
Chaemiko's playing very well. Yeah, that opening of running into the burrows there with the heal scroll, I don't know how he found that. And I don't know how he didn't take more damage as expansion. Still a threatening army for Starbuck, but it's not going to be threatening for too long. Tier 2 is done in a couple of seconds. Archmage has no town portal. Starbuck finds the angle. Scroll the beast as well. He's got 3 raiders for Ensnare. It's dead. The surround is locked in. Oh, he kills the Archmage. A lot of low HP units. Sometimes it's as simple as that. Level 3 Farseer now, too. Towers. Almost finished upgrading. Chain Lightning level 2 kills a bunch. TC's back in 60 seconds. Farseer by then might be level 10. Okay, towers just barely get up, but Starbuck's like, I'll just attack the town hall. And the town hall with the Scroll the Beast with +1 raiders. Look how quickly it dies. Oh my god, he just killed the expansion. He just took that guy's wallet. Oh man. How quickly it can turn. How quickly it can turn. GG. Holy. 1-1. Like I said from the beginning, you know, there was no real chance for Chaemiko. That strategy just wasn't going to work. Well played, Starbuck. And we get a game 3. Okay, and going into Northern Isles, Chaemiko, like, you know what strat to do, right? You know. Like, if you had to pick the strat that he did first game, strat that he did second game, it's a no-brainer, right? Both players played very well both games as well, I'd like to point out. There's no, like, huge mistakes in both games from either player. So there's a clear difference in quality. Yo, Madsbus, thank you for the 51 months. Very kind, I appreciate you. Game number 3. I knew this series was going to be good. These guys are playing so well. How the turntables, exactly. I'm glad they did, because we get game 3 now. Where can I find the replays of these matches to study, please? They'll probably be uploaded to Warcraft3.info. If not, just DM me on Discord. I'll send them to you. You find me on Discord, and I will send you the replays, okay? So we both have to do something. But most of the time, Cover gets them on Warcraft3.info, so. Death Note and Hawks still playing, by the way, in the other semifinals. Starbuck with... Is this the Hitman build? This is no Headhunters? Is this a War Mill? Second bro. No, this is the Hitman build. Just a Farseer Grunt opener. And Chaemiko goes for 3 farm again. So both players... I'm assuming if Chaemiko doesn't expand here, both players have done 3 different strategies over 3 different games. Yes, the heroes are the same every game, but the strategies are distinctly different. Starbuck went for straight Headhunters game 1, Grunt into Headhunters game 2 with double Bestiary. And now he goes for just only Grunts in game 3. Chaemiko goes for 2 farm tech, Rifle Caster game 1, Fast Expansion game 2, and now I would be surprised if this was an expansion again. I think this is going to be quick level 3, 1 base. Maybe a Beastmaster second. Double Sanctum, things like that. That's why this matchup is so good. It's like, it's not huge sweeping differences. It's not like, oh my god, he went Firelord Tinker this game and then Dark Ranger Pitlord the next, you know? But it's subtle differences that make a huge difference in how you have to play every single game. And God forbid if Pally Rifle is in the mix as well. It's even more variety. God forbid we see Griffins in one of these games, which with this opening from Chaemiko, it could be 1-base Griffins as well. You'll often open like this if you're going to play that style. The only question we have is, will there be a tech right now? Yes. Okay. So I can confirm, 6 different strategies over 3 games. Applause. Applause to the players. And Starbuck is blind creeping level 3. This has become more common. We've seen Focus and Soen do it recently. Hitman's been doing this a lot. Focus and Soen were doing it with Headhunters, whereas Hitman's been doing it with just Grunts, and Starbuck is doing something similar here. Both players will trade level 3s. There's the Militia to secure Chaemiko's level 3, and Starbuck will get his in one more green camp, or a couple of footmen kill away. With that greater mana, he should be able to kill some footmen. Shop at risk of being cancelled. Burrows at risk of dying. Grunt actually well positioned to block the way for his Chain Lightning of many. Should buy a Clarity and start using it as soon as he can. Yeah, he does buy the Clarity. Chain Lightning is your solution to this sort of a pressure. Just keep using Chain Lightning over and over again. Starbuck has to start repairing those. 5 Grunts into double Bestiary Mass Wyvern. I would love to see it. 3 Water Elementals? Or is that an illusion? Yeah, that is an illusion. I thought one Water Elemental was darker blue than the others. There's 3 real Water Elementals. Which one's real, though? There's 5 of them. Farseer is still quite a ways away from level 3. And although the burrows may not die, a lot of burrow time still costs resources. Chaemiko might be losing some footmen and some health, but Starbuck's literally losing resources in this repair and not mining gold right now. Still a good defense, though. Hard to get out of this without losing anything, you know, in terms of units or actual burrows. Starbuck has lived. He's lived through. No grunts died, no burrows died, no peons died. And Chaemiko now going to go home. I wouldn't be surprised to see a tier 3 tech. Yeah, immediate tier 3. This will be Griffins. And that means if it's Griffins, it will be Mountain King as well. I bet all my life savings on it. Here we go. Life savings secured. There's the Mountain King. Starbuck is going to be aware this is a possibility from Chaemiko. Being aware of it and being able to counter it are 2 different issues. Obviously, his bestiaries were super delayed. His Spirit Lodge was super delayed. And he's got 4 grunts, and he so far has not scouted that it's a tier 3 tech. He'll soon be able to intuit, based on the fact he doesn't see Rifleman, doesn't see Priests, doesn't see Sorks, that it is going to be a tier 3 tech. In fact, seeing the Archmage again at this level would actually tell you that it's probably tier 3. But he's still going to need to scout to confirm it pretty soon.
The town is under siege.
Yeah, like seeing this one more footman, I think Starbuck knows for sure. If you were to ask Starbuck what strategy is this without a scout, he would say it's tier 3 Griffins. Don't ask me how he would know. He would just know. So the question now becomes, how is he going to deal with this? Typically, if you're going to stay tier 2, you need an expansion. So once the first Shaman is out, I would not be surprised to see Starbuck commit to an expansion. For now, Shockwave lands pretty well on the Footman, but a Grunt does die. And the Mountain King is here. Chain Lightning, getting a Footman kill. Another Grunt might die, nicely microed away. Tier 3's almost done. Gonna have Griffin soon. Ensnare's almost done as well, 25 seconds. Okay, Starbuck's finally dealt with the Footman, especially once Ensnare finishes, assuming he doesn't lose the Raider. Starbuck will have map control, and he'll have the ability to finally build his expansion. Wait, what did he bolt? I didn't see. Did he bolt a wolf or something? Whoops. Oh, he wanted to kill the grunt. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Oh, how many footmen just ran into the creeps? They're still running into the creeps. Okay, I think he just lost three, maybe 4 footmen to the creeps. Now, let's just say Chaemiko did that on purpose. He's freeing up supply for the paladin, for the griffins. Thoughts? You think he inspired? What do you think?
A player's forces are under attack.
Starbuck's in a tough position. He needs to expand. He needs to expand because he's down attack. He's going to be up against griffins. He's going to need to build bat riders, which are really inefficient against griffins, especially once there's upgrades and animal war training and paladin aura, all those things. So he needs an expansion, but he's been delayed so much by the footmen that he might not actually be able to get the expansion. He still needs the expansion, though. It was a bluff. Dust in the eyes of Starbuck. True. Okay, first couple griffins are out. Chaemiko now should just creep a little bit. Wait for armor upgrades. He doesn't actually need to push until this Great Hall is close or finished. And Starbuck needs to make space for his expansion.
A player's forces are under attack.
Very playable for both players. I would say Chaemiko is in a good spot. If this expansion does, or if this strategy, I should say, does indeed work for Chaemiko, he should be in a good spot, right? You know, he's delayed Starbuck a bunch. He's gotten to Griffins uninterrupted himself. It should be good for the human. If ever the strategy was good for the human. But very, very playable for Starbuck if his expansion finishes.
A player's forces are under attack.
And notice the Bat Rider. Even though he's never even seen a Griffin Aviary, he's still got a Bat Rider. Because he knows. Oh, he does know. Expo. 55 seconds away. 55 hot dogs, 55 hamburgers, 55 ice cream cones, 55 fries. Let's go with Lost Sold. Heal scroll, maybe. No way he cancels this. Oh, he's getting orked. His expo's going to get canceled at 90% with 30 seconds left. Oh, what a move from Chaemiko. Just that he never even scouted it too. Just the intuition to know. And it's canceled and very tough for Starbuck now. He needed that to finish. He needed that to finish. And he was just about to attack into the main, which attacking into the main means Chaemiko has to react and can't just blindly try to cancel the expansion. Batriders detonate. Ooh, the TP was very, very defensive. I swear, the higher MMR gets, the more defensive TPs get. Like, the more people respect town portals. I've talked about that recently. Like, if this was any, like, even 200 lower MMR, guaranteed the human TPs right there. But because Chaemiko TPs defensively, Starbuck actually could have just ran out. But Starbuck expected the aggressive town portal and TP'd himself. It's a weird sort of mind game meta thing. But Chaemiko's like, why would I town portal aggressively? I just canceled your expo. I don't need to take any risks. I'll just town portal defensively and chill. 4 at gold. It's fixed by now. Unless you mean Starbuck. No, he's got 5 as well. And hit and run has begun. I think TPing on your opponent is just a bad idea. It's true. It's true. And all the top players would agree with you. But if you watch any lower MMR games, and by lower MMR I mean like below 2,500, those guys be TPing way more aggressively all the time. And they're positioning way more aggressively against town portals as well. Like, they're trying to move on top of where you're going to TP to land the stomp and things like that. Whereas pro players will always try to move away from where they think you're going to TP. Like us? Yes. Reset like us. Chaemiko's here. Starbuck's doing a great job buying space, buying time, because he's not going to win a fight. He's not going to win a fight. He has to hit and run as long as he can. If he can hit and run to the point where he gets the expansion up, maybe then and only then can he win the game. But Chaemiko, I think he's just going to burn another town portal, canceling the expansion again, and then the cycle repeats.
A player's forces are under attack.
We'll start referring to myself as sub 2500 MMR player. Very good. That'll be my next stream title. Sub 2500, sub 3000 MMR player. Old school, semi-retired pro gamer streams. High level, Grandmaster MMR / master games. Expansion, 9 seconds. Detonates not the illusion. How does he know to not detonate the illusion? It's probably luck, but I'm gonna say it was skill. Expansion. Killed. Oh man, if he had more peons here to repair, it probably would have actually lived, but the detonates are still good. It did detonate 2 illusions. Never mind. Starbuck is the worst player ever. Damn, if he had peons to repair? He got pretty annoyed by it on the stream, damn. If he had peons there to repair, he would have kept it alive, but a lot of bats still landed. The Griffin numbers remain low. Starbuck doesn't think any of that matters, and he calls GG, and Chaemiko wins 2-1 and is in the grand finals. Chaemiko won again. 2 weeks in a row. Great series, though. Jesus. Very, very well played from both. Yeah, the illusions and peons moving back so they could not repair. Oh, the peons were... So the peons mined gold at the expansion but ran back, so they weren't there. Damn. Yeah. I think Starbuck probably wins if he has all 5 peons there to repair. Maybe. Maybe he just loses all 5 peons and then has to TP, but it's like a really good series. Very, very well played. Very well played. 2-1 for Chaemiko. And now, oh joy, the reason why we should have been rooting for Starbuck, there's 2 human players left, Hawk and Death Note. Who will play Chaemiko in the grand finals? Will it be the human player or the human player versus the human player? Well done, Chaemiko. Yeah, Chaemiko's been playing really good the past couple weeks. Like, especially that first game. That first game was really well played. The expansion, a little bit of a troll. I feel like I almost never see expansions work these days. Regardless. Death Note and Hawk are still playing each other. And we're going to jump into that series after one short break. Be right back in 3 minutes with Hawk versus Death Note. Game 2, Game 3, wherever they are in the semifinals, we'll jump into. BRB. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We just had Chaemiko versus Starbuck, first semifinal. Now we're going to go into what's left of the second semifinal. This is game 2. I don't know what happened in game 1. I don't know who's ahead. I don't know who's behind. I don't know who is who. I don't know what's going on. I have no clue. Northern Isles, Death Note versus Hawk. Game 2? The score is going to say 0-0. I don't know. Someone will know in the chat eventually who won game 1. And then we will update the score. Winner will be playing Chaemiko in the grand finals in a best of 3 after this. Here we go. Bottom left with an Archmage level 2, one for the Tuskar. Got to scroll the beast is Death Note. Upper right, Hawk. Look how far ahead he is on creeping. What has even happened? Okay, one peasant went down in the main base as well. Hawk is not only about to be level 3 against level 2, he's also killed a peasant with a scout footman. Hawk is tremendously ahead in a weird way already. Not the greatest items for Hawk, but I mean, militia going across. If only that footman was here to be annoying. Okay. Level 3 already. Hawk is teching already. They're both teching already, actually. And at the end of the day, it's weird, right? Because Hawk is level 3 so much faster, but it doesn't seem to matter at all. Like, Death Note's at his base on level 3 now. Gamba, we're a little bit behind on these games. So, grand finals will do Gamba. Arcane Tower should never be canceled. Ever, 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 and gets canceled. Okay. Scroll to Beast also available. Water Elemental got surrounded. And Lumber Mill very early on for Hawk. That's interesting. Normally Lumber Mill means tier 3, but it's so early that it might just mean I want more lumber.
A player's forces are under attack. A town is under siege.
Scroll the Beast used on just a couple of water elementals. Oh no, actually there's 4 footmen here, never mind. They were all clumped together. That's 3 militia going down. That's 4. Oh my god, Death Note. He's getting a lot of damage done. That's gonna be 5. Oh, sweet Jesus. It's gonna be a footman as well. Holy. He might have to town portal out, or else his footmen may all die. Does he really care? There's another footman going down. Another water elemental as well. A 3rd footman goes down. I think that was the 2nd one for Death Note. Actually, it lives. Death Note's kind of owning here. I didn't expect it to go this way just based on the early creep routes, based on that early footman pressure. But seems like doesn't matter if you get level 3 first. It matters who ends up at whose base first. It was Death Note with a Scroll to Beast, which was very helpful. And good thing he built that lumber mill, I suppose, right? Because he lost a lot of peasants. Death Note, Double Sanctum, and Mountain King. Hawk, Mountain King. And he's probably got to build peasants, right? Yeah, Mountain King and peasants. Not how you want the production to look. Both players around the same experience, 3.7 apiece. And footman count 6 to 6. Okay. I don't know where they are, but there is 6 footmen for both. There's 3 and 3 for Death Note, and for Hawk, there's all of them waiting at the shop. I'm amazed they both made it out of this early game with so many footmen left over. I really am. We're healing up, and Death Note's in a good enough position to do a tier 2 expo if that's what he wants. For Hawk, he hasn't even built a 2nd Sanctum yet. Maybe he's going to go tier 3? He's getting lumber upgrade. No, here's the Sanctum, okay. And Hawk blindly running to what he knows will be an expansion creep from Death Note. But Death Note hasn't started it yet. The illusion aggroes the creep. Careful with the Archmage. He bolts. Okay, he bolts the footman. I thought he was bolting the illusion that he clearly knew was an illusion.
A player's forces are under attack.
Who the heck is Che Young, and why did he beat Baki? That's Chaemiko. Pretty well-known player. He's pretty good, I hear. Maybe even the best human at one time in the world. Is that a last hit? That was Hawk getting the last hit. Well done. Good pressure so far. He knows he's behind, so he can't just allow the game to just stay neutral, essentially. He has to make moves. Whether or not he ends up ahead, being this aggressive, losing the Mountain King right now, it didn't really matter anyway. He was already far behind. He needed to do something, so he tried to do something, and he's got a little bit of damage done, but unfortunately he loses the Mountain King. Regen found at the expansion. Oh, Mountain King does level up through the Dispel of the Water Elemental. Death Note will probably just creep this, though, right? There's no reason not to. What is happening today with Footman dying to the red camp? I think that was a Water Elemental, actually, but... Okay, Militia now go to the Expo. Seems like Hawk will also expand. Better late than never. And Death Note just going to be given... We're going to take what he's given, I should say, which is the marketplace. Heal wards probably will sell it, but maybe not. I think it's good to have some bonus gold at this point in the game. 10 of energy. It's okay. Shop's going to be pulled. Bolt will surround the Null Overseer. The rest of the experience might have to be given up by Hawk, but we'll get the important Scourge Bone Chimes. Okay, that one will be sold. It's a race to level 3 Mountain King now. Both have reached level 4 Archmage. .6 on both sides. Lots of priests. 6 priests for both. 3 footmen for Hawk, 2 for Death Note, and expansions will both be mining soon. Death Note, of course, from the early game, a little bit ahead in the expansion department. What do we do now? Do we fight for 10 minutes straight, or do we creep a little bit more? There's not that many creep camps left. 2 reds, 2 spooky Spooderman camps, and 1 lab. Oh, and a green.
A player's forces are under attack.
I'm going to be crapped. And both players will get level 3 Mountain King now. Archmage actually going to do a little bit of harass. It's an Arcane Tower, so it won't do a ton, but... One priest's going to go at it out of position, and we'll get bolted right away. Oh, inner fire from a creep, I guess, gets stolen back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Another priest's going to die to a bolt in a sec. There it is. How did that priest... Oh, he bolted that one. I was like, how did that priest live? The bolt seemed to have infinite HP, but he bolted a different one. 55 versus 64 all of a sudden. But it won't be that big of a supply gap for long, I don't think. Blacksmith coming online for Hawk, which will mean he'll have +1 coming up soon. Tower did go down. Footmen are now stopping the mining of the expansion, so this is a good position for Death Note to be in. If he can make this fight last as long as possible, that means those footmen will shut down the expo. Putting him even further ahead in supply. Bolt on another priest.
player's forces are under attack.
Another Stormbolt. Oh, nice dodge there from Hawk. Had that big potion of vulnerability from his consumable. Had been waiting to use it the entire game, pretty much. Did manage to. Bolt on the MK. Priest going down. Footman's still here. That's why it's within Death Note's best interest to keep fighting, because of what those Footmen are doing. Even if he's not trading favorably, he'll still in the long run trade better because of those Footmen. Hawk could have probably split these Footmen off a while ago and attacked some peasants. Oh, those heal wards. Getting some value, I guess. Would they have been better sold? Probably, but level 5 Archmage for both now. Level 4 Mountain King, not yet for Death Note. These Footmen still attacking peasants, but if they don't actually kill any, were they really ever there? Mage surrounded. Potion of vulnerability. Mountain King now surrounded too. It has no way to save himself. Heal ward. I don't even know who has it anymore. I think it was Death Note's heal ward. Mountain King does go down for Hawk. Archmage does have to TP. Had nothing to swap to him. And these Footmen at the end of the day didn't actually kill that many peasants. Priests were continuously healing the peasants up, which is kind of a funny interaction. And when the dust settles, 70 versus 57 supply. With Hawk at 1-1 upgrades. So in the long run, Hawk will be favored, but for now, Death Note's stronger. Shop control. Potion of vulnerability. Purchased. Oh, bolt on the Mountain King. Couldn't dodge that one. Breaker feedback. Trying to do what it does best, but really full mana on that Mountain King. With the Pendant of Energy, going to be hard to break or to burn all that away. Maybe another bolt could kill another priest. Deny on the Footman. 73 against 61. Hero levels pretty dead even. Supply not so much. 10 supply difference. Upgrades still as they were before. And the fight continues at the expansion. Didn't he just town portal away? Footman again. Is this just what happened exactly before? It seems like it. Bash on the Archmage. Got to be careful. Both heroes in danger for Hawk. Bolt on the MK. Breaker feedback. Necessary to stop the next bolt, especially on the side of Hawk. He does not want his Mountain King to get bolted. He's got a potion of vulnerability to keep it alive, though. Militia and Breakers split off to kill some priests. Actually, nice micro from Hawk there to bring those Breakers around the back. But they're kind of forgotten about a little bit. Oh, and in the meantime, Mountain King has to be swapped to TP. It was surrounded. Or is he TPing to his main base, actually, Hawk? So now the peasants are going to be fully exposed. 65 against 71 supply. Tier 3 tech for Death Note. Always a weird time to go Tier 3 because you're 80 supply Breaker Priest and you go Tier 3 and you're like, what do I do? I guess you buy a staff, get 3/3 upgrades on Breakers. Mixing in single knights, though, is valuable. So Tier 3 will do something. Peasants all cleaned up. Bolt on the MK again. Death Note's got to be careful with his MK. And he is. And again, the longer this fight takes now for Death Note, the more Hawk's not mining on his expansion, the further ahead Death Note's going to get. There's no room left to kite anymore. It doesn't seem like Death Not's army's that big, though, weirdly. Shouldn't his army be bigger? It looks like Hawk has more breakers. It looks like Hawk's winning the fight. Yeah, I guess you can do spell steal on the breakers. True, true. Oh, Mountain King kind of surrounded. It's like a big pillow fight. True. Okay, now TP out. And Hawk lives. Somehow, like, the supply doesn't look right, and I don't know what it is. We have 11 breakers and 7 priests versus 6 priests and 10 breakers. Okay. What is the peasant count? 9 peasants to 16 peasants. So the fighting armies were more or less the same. Level 5 Mountain King. Can Hawk win this? What was the third hero they could go for? Almost certainly would be a paladin. Tier 3 and second barracks on the way. Death Note has no room to build units, though. There's a Blizzard retrain. What hard counter spellbreakers? Knights with Sundering Blades. Which is exactly what Death Note is going into now. Needs to lose some units to not have to go high upkeep, but that's a good problem to have. And Inner Fire, not like it's going to be used because it's Mass Breakers, but the Master Train does give more HP and mana on the Priests, which is a good thing. Especially with level 3 Bolt. Having a little bit more tankiness on your Priests is good. Plus 2 attack as well. For the soon-to-be Knights... Oh, Archmage. I mean, it doesn't matter. If you lose your Archmage here, you could still lose the game with all the advantages you have. Blizzard is good. Mountain King... Going for the... Oh, wait, he lost his MK? Oh, no. No tier 3 advantage is big enough to throw away your heroes. Mountain King back from the tavern and TP out. Uh-oh. When I said free up some supply, I didn't mean with your heroes, Death Note. And this timing could be good. How many knights are out? I don't see any. I mean, one knight split off here could be really good. It might even be more valuable than in the fight. I think that's exactly what Death Note's doing. Yeah. It's still a breaker mirror, just the only thing is Hawk actually has more breakers. The only knight is at the expansion right now. So this fight is still this fight. And it's still very winnable for Hawk, who has mass teleport now. Uh-oh. Bolt on the Archmage, bolt on the MK. That'll be the last bolt for Death Note for a while. I want to check on that knight at the expo, but I can't look away in case the hero dies. We will check for just 1 second. Knight's going to kill every peasant. And town portal back, actually. Okay. Did the knight realize? It did. Nice awareness from Death Note. And Paladin on the way, Spell Steal was researched. Death Note might need to go high upkeep to push this tier 3 advantage. And unfortunately, building the Paladin means Death Note's going to struggle to get level 5 MK, but he also got level 6 in the meantime.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh, Knight tried to go back in. Risky Knight. Peasants again going to go down. 86 supply against 80. This is quite the game. Gonna come down to some mass teleport plays now, I'm sure, as well. Expansions. I think, like, Hawk could defend his, but I don't know if he wants to. He's going to. One breaker left back. Positioning not ideal for Hawk, but he bolts the Paladin at a position. Does Death Note have a staff as well? He does have a staff on the Archmage, which is going to be very valuable for this Mountain King. That would otherwise be too aggressive right now. Bolt on the Paladin. Staff out, not in time, but maybe a blessing in disguise if he saves the staff for the future MK. Archmage, the obvious target to focus. Gets out of range. Very messy fight. Lot is falling. Blizzard lands again, but he's blizzarding his own priests as well as Hawks. Mountain King, careful. There's no bolts currently for either side. Archmage getting low. So messy. Hawk uses another heal scroll. 79 versus 76 supply. Paladin coming back. Knight harder to kite than the Breakers, obviously. All the heroes are low, except for the Archmage of Death Note. It's hard to tell what's going on right now, I'll be honest with you guys. Level 5 Mountain King finally for Death Note. Oh, Mountain King, careful. There's a bolt. Now there is a bolt, and he does dodge it with the invul. And now Hawk has his own bolt. 68 supply against 70, still even supply. A Sort comes out, I'm not sure why. There's a bolt for Hawk. And Mountain King did get bolted, but mass TP out. Militia, Defend, and the expansions are both mining. Main bases are out, by the way. Tier 3 tech now for Hawk, who has 1,000 gold but no lumber. This is a game. This is definitely a game. Human Mirror delivers sometimes. I gotta tell you guys, it really does. Archmage, careful. That's the thing. When they're not fighting, the Mountain Kings are gaining a lot more mana, and then it's very easy to see a hero die just immediately at the start of the fight. Like now the bolt. Okay, kills the Sork. Or does it? Nope, the Sork does live. Okay, eventually dies. Now the bolt on the Paladin. This is what I mean. Could staff it out, but saves the staff instead. Breaker feedback. Bash on the Mountain King. Invul on both, but Hawk is the one that still has a bolt. Used it on the Archmage. Has a mana pod as well. Keep an eye on Death Note's Mountain King. He is soon to have a bolt himself, but Militia are blocking the way. Archmage, careful. Every hero needs to be really careful right now. Mass TP away. Gets out of range of the bolt and gets the hell out of there. Jesus, 65 against 66 supply, but Hawk with 1,200 gold. Hawk is wisely not producing any more units, because he's waiting for Tier 3 to produce full Knights. And that Knight is dead, even though the surround missed. The Knights... Oh my god. Well, it's the big things that win you games, not the small things, so... Okay, Death Note healing up. Death Note still with only one Knight. Okay, 2 Knights. But it feels like he's not really been producing Knights this whole time. Like, his Breaker Wall should be replaced by full Knights, you would think, by now.
Forces are under attack.
Hawk has spent a lot of his gold on heal scrolls, actually. And another Potion of Vulnerability. And maybe another Town Portal. If he also bought the TP, that would be... 900, 1,000 gold he just spent. He also doesn't have Sundering Blades on his Knights. Yes, that is correct. Very strange from Death Note. He didn't push the Tier 3 advantage as much as he could have. Still very winnable on both sides. The Paladin is at 0 experience. That shows how quickly heroes can die to level 3 Stormbolt. 27-minute mark in this game. Knight count is 3 to 1. It's really going to come down to who can keep their heroes alive more than how many Knights they have. Sundering do more damage to Breakers. Yeah, it increases the damage to medium armor. We're going to not 3 times speed this pause. We're just going to let the pause happen. For the tension of the game. I want you guys to take a look at the items, the supply, the resources. The expansions are going to be at about, I think, 3,000 gold left in them each, around there. Which means 5 minutes of mining, which means by the 32-minute mark they'll probably be mined out. We'll double check once the pause is done. 600, I'm totally off. Okay, they're going to be out within the minute. Before the 30-minute mark, they will not be mining any longer. And what's crazy is the 2 creep camps left. Okay, there's 3. But 2 of those 3 is the red camps, the next gold mines. No red camps have been crept. It could be Endurance Aura, Unholy Aura, Kodo Aura. It could be a lot of good auras at the red camps, and finally they're going to go towards them. And in doing so, they are saying the gold mines will mine out.
Players' forces are under attack.
And solo paladin creeping. Hawk, you have to do the same. Grumpy Geist, thank you for the 1 year. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 1 year. Hell yeah. Okay, paladin solo creeping. Helm of Valor for the any hero that wants it. Unholy Aura. Much better item for Hawk. I mean, this late into the game, though, it'll be helpful. Oh, mass TP. He should just hard commit and kill the town. Oh, no, it doesn't matter. It's got 500 gold. He's gonna. It's a symbolic play. There was barely any gold left. Lizard landing. Militia come in. Bolt on the Archmage. That means Bolt's off cooldown. That means he could mass TP again in 1 second. He might want to get the hell out of here. This is getting messy. The Archmage is about to die. He's fast TPing. He might get bolted. Oh, I think the Bolt... Oh, wait. Hold every thought that you ever had in your entire life and watch this Paladin run away. Hawk doesn't even realize. He has no clue. Okay, now he does. Divine Shield is in 11 seconds. The Mountain King is slightly out of range. Mountain King could go down. Okay, he's going to have Divine Shield in time. The army could... Okay, he's got Divine Shield now. He's got to dodge the bolt. Does. And the Knights are here to save him. Nothing got in front to block. And the Paladin's safe. By the way, the mass TP that just happened from Death Note, the bolt hit... The bolt was like a millisecond away from hitting the Archmage. If the Archmage got hit by that bolt, he would have died. Just so everyone knows, before all that Paladin chaos happened. No economy for either player anymore. What you see is what you get. Army's 82 against 77. So winnable for both players. Really so winnable. A big difference is the Blizzard, obviously, versus no Blizzard, but he's doing more damage to his own Knights than he is to Hawk's Death Note. Bullfight's getting messy. Every bolt is a priest kill, and every priest that is dead is a priest that will not come back. Staff on, I think, a knight there. Militia come in for Death Note as we hit the 30-minute mark. In what is Game 2, but I don't know the result of Game 1. Militia for both. Mountain King is low, gets Holy Litten. TP is still available for both players. Gloves of Haste on the ground. Paladin, gotta be careful. He, by the way, does not have Divine Shield on his Paladin, Hawk. Blizzard. This fight is so messy. The Mountain King and the Knight down here are fighting creeps. The last creep camp on the whole map. Archmage is low. I mean, you almost pull the TP here just because it's too much stress to keep fighting. Even though you might win the fight. Mountain King, potion of vulnerability. Mountain King over here. Can he be staffed out? He is staffed out. It's 61 versus 73 supply. Death Note was close to losing the game right there if he lost his hero, but he's up in supply. What do you even do here? Level 6 Mountain King. Mass TP out. There's no bolt. There's no bash. He gets out, but one knight is stuck. There is a bolt. Throws it. Okay, this one's not getting out alive. Surely. Certainly. Certainly. Surely. Okay. Okay. 62 versus 52. Yeah, these fights are so stressful. Like, I would have TP'd out just out of stress of losing every hero. But the army for Death Note looks way better. Yeah, it's way better. We're long distance mining. There's 3 breakers AFK over here. 6-6-2 versus almost 7. Okay, Death Note is in a winning position. What Death Note cannot do, he cannot lose his Archmage. Death Note cannot lose his Archmage. That's it. That's how Death Note wins this game. Don't lose your Arch. Don't completely fumble the bag. Death Note, like looking at his army, looking at his hero levels, he should have it. But one bolt in a mispositioned Archmage could cost him the game. But if they both fight honestly and nothing goes horrifically wrong, you would think Death Note wins. He's up 2 knights. He's up hero levels. Hawk trying to end this. Paladin, Focus Fire, Blizzard. Bolt on the Paladin, but there's going to be a bolt on the Archmage. Dude, he was so close to being out of position there. Good pull away. Priest goes down. Militia. Way too many Militia. Breaker goes. 45 against 64. Really, it is hero kill or bust here for Hawk. It truly is. And Death Note should be aware of that. No Avatar yet for Death Note. That could be a big advantage. Hawk could like hard commit his MK in. He could dodge the first bolt with Avatar, dive for the Archmage, force the TP, continue diving, kill the Archmage, mass TP out himself, heal up, kill the altar. A play like that could happen if he uses Avatar to its fullest. He also got an orb, so slow is potential. The slow cannot be dispelled from the orb for Hawk. What a goddamn game, dude. Tell me you hate Human Mirror. You're still going to tell me you hate Human Mirror. Never mind. 34 minutes on Northern Isles. Long distance mining. And, you know, each return, how many peasants? 4, 8, 10. That's 100 gold. Okay, is that a low upkeep? 70 gold. I think, yeah, it's the play that Hawk has somehow revolves around Avatar and a lucky slow proc from the orb. That's really his saving grace, because it's 5 knights against 2. You ain't winning the goddamn fight. There's enough breakers that Sork doesn't have a big impact for Hawk. Paladin's pretty far from level 3 still. Hawk just trying to find an angle to kill the Archmage, by the way. That's literally his winning play. If he kills any hero, it's going to be fantastic. But the Archmage, I think, is the nail in the coffin. Death Note cannot allow that to happen. He could just escort his pet. He could do mass TP mining. Yeah, I think Elementals would be better here for Death Note, no doubt. Because Blizzard is just putting him in a bad position. It almost put him out of position that last big fight at Death Note's base. 35-minute mark. What the hell? No gold. That slow did proc on that knight. Paladin's out of position. One breaker falls. Clap? What the hell? And there's Avatar. He retrained to clap? He's actually trying to win the fight in an honest way? That's unacceptable. Divine Shield. Clap again. He doesn't at all focus the Archmage? Look at the Archmage. Look at him. Mana Pot drops the pendant. Look at the Archmage. There it is. Clap. Bolt. Avatar. Paladin does die. Holy Light on the Archmage. Hawk went about this way too honestly. Clap hit a lot of things there. But the Archmage is dead. Level 6. That's going to be Avatar on the other side. And 36-minute mark means Death Note wins in the end. That was a game. You know, the clap? He retrained to clap? Like, I think you just try to kill the Archmage, don't you? At the end? He retrained to clap. And then the first thing someone says in the chat, Human Mirror is so boring to watch. I love it. Oh, that's good. Okay, so that was 1-1. So Hawk won game 1, and that was game 2. So we're going into game 3. Damn, that was a game. Damn, that was a good... What the hell? What the hell are these guys doing? All right, Autumn leaves. Game 3. Yeah, he retrained to clap 3, bolt 2, and tried to, like, win the fight. He tried to, like, win the fight. I don't think he was ever winning that fight. I mean, he obviously couldn't see everything that we could see. He didn't know the exact army composition of Death Note, but he was never going to win the fight in an honest way like that. All right, game number 3. Let's watch game number 3. On Autumn Leaves. Hoping for something else. I mean, I'll go another 40-minute game. Who cares? I'll be here all day. Here's Hawk in the bottom left as the red again. Death Note in the upper right as blue again. Differing creep routes. Leaves the militia, runs straight down with the footman scout to creep jack the shop. This is spicy for Death Note. A confident opener from Death Note. We'll see how it plays out. Only the one trapper able to be killed. Both players low in experience, but Death Note actually favored in this opening. 1.7 versus 1.2. And militia go back. Tech started. A very fast tech for Death Note as well with this opener, because he knows he's forcing Hawk into a defensive position. He can skip his tower and tech before it. Now he's, of course, getting the tower as a safety measure, but he is ahead quite a bit on the tech. Hawk only now starting it, and by quite a bit, 12 seconds. Still pretty good. 9 the water elemental, keeping the XP as low as possible, almost a surround. Still, yeah, he does lock it in. Oh my god. I'd TP earlier rather than later, and he does. Damn, Hawk. He never really goes for surrounds, and then when you least expect it, he just locks in the craziest surrounds. Winning him this early game now, despite all the adversity. Footman still being annoying. Don't have to worry about getting ensnared because the trapper was already dead. They're just right-clicked on the Archmage. You gotta respect it. You gotta respect the hustle. The Archmage comes right back in. We're talking about the Sledgehammer upgrade that allows Griffins to attack magic immune units. Hey, as an Orc player, I'm fine with it. I'm absolutely fine with it. Do it. Why not? Inner fired, sledgehammered Griffins. Sure. Let's see it. I'm all for it. I support this. Last hit up for grabs. And it does go to Death Note. Hawk does get the item, though. Pushing his item advantage further here. Death Note. The only item he has is back at home still on the ground. I'm surprised he didn't grab it. Yeah, Griffin's attacking destroyers. Imagine that. They die faster than statues do.
A player's forces are under attack.
Or Sledgehammer and Peter Gabriel song can replace the music when it finishes upgrading. That's a great tune. It really is. Underrated. Underrated banger. I mean, at that point, your opponent might as well get out of their chair, off their computer, start their record player, and play it for you, because they ain't winning. Claws of Attack and Slippers. Unfortunately, we don't get the ultimate Archmage, the super Archmage. We don't get the mantle, but maybe here we can. Wait, never mind. This just drops a tome. I lied. We won't here. GG. Okay, tier 2 is done. Mountain King, Double Sanctum on both sides. But as we just saw last game, this can definitely turn into a lot more than just Breakers and Priests, oh my. This can always transpose into craziness, especially if the Archmages get level 6. Earlier rather than later. Dead Footy. This guy? No, he's still alive and thriving. He's going to live for the rest of the game. He's going to be the last footman left when somebody types the GG. I'm telling you. I'll keep it selected for the rest of the game, just to show it. Look, he's going to get healed up to full. Our friend. I wish we could, like, give units nicknames so that we know, like, you know, just like parentheses, Jack or something, you know? Just to know which one is which, you know? But we're gonna say goodbye to our footman friend and click on the Archmage now. Sasquatch does go to Hawk. Now I'm wondering if every footman that dies is the footman we were clicked on. We'll never know, unfortunately. We'll have to get the replay. And someone will have to go through the whole replay and make a YouTube edit on it, okay? It's not going to be me. It's not going to be today. Militia come in. No expansion on either side. A lot more of an aggressive game than last. Bolts exchanged. All around me are familiar faces as the footman dies. You know what I mean? Mountain King will get level 2 off of this Berserker. And really, neither player seems to want to go for an expansion just yet, but Death Note will move his peasants to the expo he crept earlier for Hawk. Okay, he's building it. Never mind. They are both getting an expansion. A little bit later than his standard, but...
A player's forces are under attack.
Pressure towards the center. Both players got one center camp last game. At least in terms of items. If we remember back, it was Heal Wards and Bone Chimes, which was about 2 hours ago, I think, at this point. Priest have to be careful. Even if the bolt's level 1, one bolt will still kill a priest if it's significantly out of position. For now, we're chilling. You can't creep because you'll get creep-jacked and lose things, but you can't leave because if you do, your opponent will creep the center. So what do? You sit there and you wait. And you wait and you wait. But Hawk gets tired of that, wants to be assertive, wants to take the fight to Death Note. Loses one footman for it. He might get the last hit. Oh, bolt to stop his opponent from bolting, but the Mountain King actually gets the experience, gets the level up. Who got the item? Hawk did get the Mana Stone, but at the cost of what now is 2 footmen and the experience being given up. So maybe he should have just sat there and waited. You think it was worth it for Hawk to try to be assertive there? Try to take the creep camp? He got the item at least. Blacksmith for both, but Hawk a little bit ahead in that regard. We'll have the first upgrade as long as the macro's on point. 47 versus 48 expansions.
A player's forces are under attack.
About the same gold mined. Bolt on the priest, but the priest was moved out of position in time, out of position of the focus fire. Now, a very stable game. they're going to do the same thing now over this creep camp. The supply remains more or less even. Experience pretty close to even as well. Items definitely favoring Hawk in a big way. Death Note could for sure use the Wildkin's item. Maybe he'll bolt and surround it. Bash for now keeps it around. Bolt on the Mountain King so that the last hit can't be bolted at least. The Hawk commits hard. Flute of accuracy. Oh my god. And the Wildkin did go to Hawk, so he got the experience, but Death Note got the item. So just flip what happened at the other camp. And that's what happened here. But the Flute is a way better item than the Mana Stone. Holy. Every item, or every unit other than the Mountain King is helped by the Flute. Now it's like 1 damage on the Breakers. Yeah, literally 1 damage on the Breakers, 1 on the Priest, but it adds up. How many times are they going to attack with Aura this game? It'll be thousands of damage if the game goes much longer. Winner of this, by the way, will be playing Chaemiko. We have another series directly after this. I'm going to make human mirror fans of you by the end of the stream. God damn it. No Smith. They do both have blacksmiths, yeah. Hawk was ahead by about a full blacksmith production. Oh, positioning getting a little messy. 1 breaker going to fall for Mr. Death Note. A second gonna fall for Death Note, and so far Hawk hasn't lost anything. Even that 1 breaker microed almost. Seems like Death Note's losing a lot more. He's got 3 low breakers, 1 priest for Hawk falls. Death Note needs to keep these alive, and Hawk needs to try to get them killed if he can. But the militia are helping out Death Note right now to keep the priest healing in the back. Mountain King a little bit pseudo-surrounded there, almost level 3 as well. Mana Stone popped, level up. Might actually save Death Note's Mountain King. If there's a bash, it will die. But yeah, the level up did almost save it. Mountain King gets the last hit. And the priest out of position now, and Death Note is falling apart a little bit. After such a good game, too. After fighting so long for Jim. 59 against 64, but a dead Mountain King is just no proactivity at all. You can't go for a hero focus, you can't snipe priests, you can't force TPs. And Hawk has all the bolts in the world in the peasant line. The second this Archmage goes out of position, we're going to see a bolt into a surround, no doubt. And notice he's pre-positioning the breakers. Okay, Death Note realized his plan, his master plan. Make no mistake, the second Hawk can, he's going to bolt and surround the Archmage. And watch the supply start to favor Hawk. 65 against 48. And I think it's going to be Hawk versus Chaemiko in the Grand Finals, guys. I don't see a way out of this. He's just hemorrhaging units. Last militia call from the main. So much extra experience now. Still 30 seconds on Death Note's Mountain King. He's trying to micro his way out, but there's just no way of killing anything. Bolt kills a priest. All the militia are dead. GG is called. And yes, Hawk versus Chaemiko will be our grand final. I mean, but Death Note gave us a gift today. He gave us a gift to that second game. He really did. And now we got 1 series left, everybody. Just our grand finals. Oh, and what do you know? We actually made it into the real game. So we're not on a Flow TV delay. Okay, I'll give you guys a prediction. Who will win best of 3? Give you guys 5 minutes, why not? Let's go crazy. Let's change the stream title. Update titles. Hawk versus Chaemiko, exclamation point, exclamation point. We're going to start on Last Refuge. Nice Donald Duck mic. Thank you, thank you. You're the first person to ever mention the sticker. It's being chroma keyed out a little bit. Is it green? No, it's blue. It's just my chroma key's terribly set up, and my lighting is awful. Anyway. It was between this and I have a It's a Bug's Life or whatever, a Bug's Life sticker on my my audio interface. I could have put it on here. Oh yeah, but that one's green, so maybe it's better I put this one on here. Anyway. I don't really like Donald Duck that much, but, you know. It's okay. It's okay. It's not my favorite character. I'm more of like a Dumbo guy or you know, like any of the Aristocats. You know what I mean? Maybe like a Winnie the Pooh. Like an Eeyore kind of guy. You know what I mean? I'm a big Eeyore guy. That movie gave me nightmares. It's sad. It's very sad, but it's so good. Yeah, when he takes like the acid or whatever, Dumbo did not need to be having an acid trip, you know, in the second act of that movie. What's going on? Holy. Okay, let me set this up really quick, and we'll jump into game number 1. In the grand finals, best of 3, because that's how we do it here. What was a few players signed up always seems to end up being a long day, which is good. I mean, not a long day, but like a, you know, a relatively long cup, which is great, It's nice, you know, even if there's a few people signed up, we still get 4 hours a game. So happy with that. Here's game number 1, just making sure I got the players right. Yeah, Hawk is blue. Chaemiko is red in the upper right. Archmage. We're human mirror experts now, aren't we, guys? Aren't we? Alright, why doesn't the class tell me what they should do next here, everybody? Actually, the creep routes will differ. Chaemiko's going for the mercenary camp first. Hawk is going to go for the green. He's going to do what Death Note did on the last game. He'll creep the green with militia and a water elemental and run straight up to creep jack. The thing about this creep route for Hawk, though, is Chaemiko's going to have a priest. What's going to happen? Like, the water elemental is going to get dispelled, no? He's harassing with essentially one headhunter with this Archmage once a priest is picked up. The priest is delayed now? Wait, when is it available? How delayed is it? I didn't think the first priest was delayed. I thought it was the second one. That is something I did not know. When is the priest available? Embarrassing? Oh, I'm sorry I didn't write the patch notes, Dondo. Guy writes the patch notes then complains about human after writing the patch notes. Pathetic. 1 peasant goes down, 2 peasants go down. Pretty good harass overall by Mr. Hawk. This patch I would like human to be stronger, and this next patch, I think we're gonna buff human again, and actually, Hawk looking to steal some creeps. There's the Berserker picked up. Get a grip. My voice is far more nerdy than that. Get a grip. I don't know. I can't do your accent, okay? I'm Canadian, after all. Culturally illiterate. Alright, anyway. Tech for both players, but favored for Hawk, of course, with this opener, who buys the Priest and the Berserker. Hawk's also ahead in experience. I'd say Hawk's just ahead in this game overall. By every metric, no? And last hit did also go to Hawk there. And Hawk also got the item, Gloves of Haste. By the way, he also has an item at home chilling, waiting for him. I think this is a TP. The Berserker and the Priest are about to be surrounded. Yeah, TP out. The Berserker's going to die, I think, if the Archmage auto attacks. It's going to be close. Oh, the Archmage did not auto-attack the Berserker one time. He missed one auto-attack.
A player's forces are under attack.
Ring on the ground. We go straight for the lab creep. Unorthodox, but I like it. Secure that level 3, get a nice item. It's the closest camp to your base. Meanwhile, Chaemiko's picking up some scraps here. So yeah, I do like the assertive creeping from Hawk. The assertive way he's played this whole game so far, really. Mana Stone, not great. It's okay, whatever. To the shop we go. Chaemiko, the one to be aggressive now, repulls the camp, has wards, does use one just for some more vision during this exchange. Defend is actually done for Chaemiko. Berserker ensnared, but gets uninsnared in time. And defend. He's just trying to get some value with defend, which he's getting a little bit here. Mountain King coming out. But Mountain King is already finished for Hawk. By the way, Chaemiko straight tier 3 tech. That's why he went for the defend. That's why he was going for the mercenary camp unorthodox creep route. He was playing unorthodox the whole damn time. Notice the water elemental was above the Archmage, so moved to the right to not allow Hawk to ever block the Archmage into another bolt. Nicely done. The game will continue, but Hawk needs to scout the tier 3 tech and react accordingly. How is accordingly, you might ask? I don't know. Well, how the hell am I supposed to know? Archmage continues to be annoying. Water elemental bolted instead. This is all time buying. Chaemiko, Berserker. Quote unquote surrounded. He will get the kill at the cost of 2 footmen. But again, he's just buying time right now for tier 3. He's stopping Hawk from expanding. He's stopping Hawk from ever scouting his tier 3. And now his Mountain King Chaemiko is out as well. Hawk does get the shop creep. We do have a Zeppelin purchased. Oh, I thought it was going to be like a Zeppelin Shredder combo. I was like, oh, okay. But no, just a Zeppelin. Are we getting a little jiggy with it, Chaemiko? Are we going for a little bit of lames? I would love if he built 2 workshops and went tanks as well. Can you imagine? The new meta. Human Mirror should be tank versus tank. And then we need a patch that allows tanks to attack each other. What a beautiful world that would be. What the Zeppelin sees, the Bolt could steal the big ogre, but he's just going to creep jack instead. He's not going to go for any fancy plays. Just trying to be as disruptive as possible. 1 militia goes down. Not a ton of anti-air, but enough to kill the Zeppelin over time. But only with like 5 damage. Oh yeah, that's a perfect way of doing it. Yeah, make tanks do like 1 damage to each other. But you have to go tanks and mirror, and then they have to fight each other. Because it's the only way to play. What you have to do is make tanks do quadruple damage to human buildings, and 1 damage to each other.
A player's forces are under attack.
And then human mirror meta is tanks meet in the center and fight each other for 45 minutes straight. Fast tech tier 3 with tanks. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's the human mirror I want to see. What's the difference from now? Also healed by priests. True. I think, like, Chaemiko's successfully bought the amount of time that he wanted to. He's tier 3, and Hawk has no damn clue, I don't think. But, okay, Hawk's going tier 3 himself. But has he really done any damage, Chaemiko? Hawk seems to be freely creeping. And now he's going tier 3, which is a little bit late, but it's not the end of the world. His heroes are going to be in an advantaged state. I also suggest 300 mana burn and 100% evasion for DH at level 2 for Elfmere. I see no difference between these two pictures. And Hawk continues creeping. Paladin is out. Workshop. The frag shards, inner fire, and knights. The classic tier 3 composition. Chaemiko giving us this. And it looks as though it will just be a tier 3 human mirror. What everybody always wishes they could see. We're getting here. Hawk is going to be at a pretty big advantage, though. Double red camps. Because Chaemiko played a little bit weird. Okay, he's creeping 2 camps at the same time, Chaemiko. What am I looking at?
A player's forces are under attack.
For Orc, level 3 crit, small chance of insta-kill. Yeah, I'll take that over crit in general. Just make crit a small chance to insta-kill. Like a 1% chance of insta-kill. Thoughts? But Blade Master does 0 damage. That's the only thing he has. The only way you can actually deal damage is with Windwalk, and then crit is just 1% chance to insta-kill. It goes from 0.33 to 0.66 to 1%. Thoughts? Militia called. Breakers do take extra damage from the mortar team right now because fragmentation shards. So everything kind of does. Paladin only just now started, so Hawk is not yet tier 3, but he's making the most of the timing right now. Because 2 knights out. Priest does go down. Gets 1% kill hit, DH evades it. Yeah, what's the percent chance if Demon Hunter evades 99% of the time and Blade Master can crit 1% of the time for an insta-kill, what is the chance that the Blade Master can kill the Demon Hunter with every hit? Anyone? Any math people? We're approaching Graham's number here. I mean, I'm sure from both players' point of views in Orc versus Night Elf, that's how it feels like. Anyway, so... Tier 3 versus Tier 3. 50 versus 50. Now it's all about mixture of units. How many mortar teams you want, how many priests you want, how many knights do you want. I wouldn't say you want to overdo any individual piece of this army composition. If you build too many knights and your opponent goes griffins, you're in a rough position. If you build too many mortar teams... and they get caught out of position, they all die. If you build too many priests, well, you have a bunch of priests. So it's all about a balancing act for both these guys. And it's all about making sure that the game remains honest. Like, at any point, one of these players could hide 2 Griffin Aviaries back here. And then just hit and run, and then go Griffins, and you're like, oh no, I thought we were playing Mortar Team Priest Knight, and you have 6 Griffins. That's more of a lower MMR tactic, because it shouldn't actually work here, but... Your level's 433 versus 541. Is it just me, or would I prefer to have Chaemiko's heroes, despite how many creep camps extra Hawks seem to have gotten? Is gotten a word? Anyway, moving on. Item advantage, no doubt, for Hawk, though. He got both reds, both labs, apparently. I see double mana stone. Yes, gotten is a word. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me. 62 versus 59. Frag Shard's only now being upgraded for Mr. Hawk. Workshop does go down. Did Frag Shards finish? It did, but there's only one mortar team. Militia called again. Pretty interesting game here. I mean, the supply is even. Chaemiko's trying to be leaving. And Archmage out of range for the bolt. Zeppelin could dodge the bolt. Is he going to do it? Is he going to do it? Not just yet. Reposition seems to be pretty good. A lot of dispel in the inner fire. Mortar teams slowly poking away at the priests. Staff out on one of the knights. Zeppelin still getting little itty-bitty bits of value, but now slowed by, I think that was the orb on the side of Hawk, so that mortar team almost died. I think it was wholly litten at the end of its life nearly. 64 versus 61 Militia, lots of value. Reinforcing mortar team, reinforcing knight. The frag shards are owning right now. The mortar team advantage is really favoring Chaemiko right now. It's doing a lot of damage. That workshop snipe was huge. It really was. Every mortar team hit. As long as they aren't there. If they're here, they do a lot. Oh, like, look at that. That's the advantage that Hawk is missing out on. His workshop is finally done. He's only got 1 versus 3 mortar teams. It's soon to be 1 versus 4 mortar teams. Sweet Jesus. 62 versus 67. Fight getting really chaotic. Mountain King's going to need a potion of vulnerability. There's no more holy lights for the Paladin of Chaemiko. But the whole army is hurting for Hawk because of that splash damage. Holy Light saves that knight for the time being. Hawk needs to get the hell out of here, though. He needs more mortar teams. He really does. Yeah, the auras, I haven't pointed it out enough, though, but Battle Drums and Scourge Bone Chimes, pretty sick for Hawk. Chaemiko very sparse on items. Oh, Mountain King out of position. Watch the mortar teams go. Oh, Jesus. Oh, jeez Louise. Oh, my God. It's just devastating. And Hawk really isn't caring about having more mortar teams. His workshop is done, but he's not building any. He's supply blocked currently. Knight goes down for Chaemiko. Chaemiko's whole army full HP. Low on mana, but full HP. Oh, like if all those land, are you kidding me? 5 inner fire mortar teams with 1-0 upgrades, by the way. Like if all those land on the priests and breakers, like get out of town. You can't even get out of town by then. You're dead. Okay, one more team got out of position. Staffed. Chaemiko keeping his army very stable. And where are the mortar teams? Okay, one more just finished construction. Blizzard retrain. That's what we've been waiting for. Blizzard is great. God help everybody if Chaemiko retrains to Blizzard as well, though. Another knight goes down. Mortar team's now finding value all of a sudden. Hawk fighting back. Mortar team falls for Chaemiko. And TP out. He's like, I'm getting the hell out of here. He couldn't kill anything, really, Chaemiko. He was super favored in those fights, it seemed like. But he just couldn't finish his food. And now Hawk is full, get your motor running, headed on the highway territory here. He's looking for adventure, whatever goes his way. You know what I mean? He's pushing. 71 versus 68. He's got his leather pants on. He's good to go. Oh, mortar team staffed. But now it's out of the fight for the time being. Blizzard. Chaemiko has not retrained. Militia is on his side. Bolt on the Mountain King. Still a few breakers adding feedback damage, which is nice. You know, watch this and tell me Human Mirror is terrible. You know, like, come on. Like, it might not be the greatest matchup ever, you guys, you know? Like, it's not Orc versus Human. It's not Undead versus Human. You know, it's not those sort of really explosive matchups. But this is pretty good. This is pretty good, right? This is only game 1, too. Oh, a little bit out of position. So close to losing so much. Like, if ever they were to stand still and just eat mortar teams, and in the case of Chaemiko, you were to eat the blizzard, he would lose everything. But they're constantly kiting, constantly staffing, Holy Light, Priest Heal, keeping everything alive to the point where now it's even supply, even gold. But there's an expansion. Hold that thought. Paladin might need a potion of vulnerability. He just used it last second. Fight's getting a little bit chaotic. Bolt on the Archmage. Would love to check how long that Expo's been running for, if it is running at all on the side of Hawk. Orb of Slow cannot be dispelled, so this Knight is slowed more or less permanently. Mortar Team's horrifically out of position. Knight was slowed earlier, but is microed away. 67 versus 69. Nice. Knight still living. This Knight has had a horrific life in the trenches, but now finally dies. Put him out of his misery. Oh, the Knight's getting low right now. 4 of them. Bolt on one Knight falls down for Hawk. Okay, what's going on here? Expansion. It's fully saturated. It's a fully saturated running expansion for about 40 seconds now. And Chaemiko has no damn idea. Reveal from Hawk. To make sure there's no expansion. And now what does he know through that information he just gained? He knows that he should fight as long as possible. 6-7 versus 69. You son of a bitch. Hawk knows it's in his best interest to at least pretend that he wants to keep fighting, while mining on an expansion that Chaemiko has not yet scouted or harassed. Even if he just runs in and runs out, runs in, runs out, runs in, runs out, without ever actually directly engaging, that is how he should play. Paladins both under threat. Jesus, the Inner Fire and the Priest Heal keeping Chaemiko's Paladin alive. Mountain King diving deep. Neither Mountain King has a bolt currently. 59 versus 69, and the expansion's starting to pay off. The micro's starting to pay off, and Hawk might be closing this out if he doesn't make any major errors in the next couple minutes, or in the next 30 seconds, let's say. Knight for Chaemiko falls. Mortar teams, oh my god. That's what I mean, like, you could lose your whole army in a matter of seconds against this amount of mortar teams. Bolt Archmage, careful. It's a Holy Light, there's a heal scroll as well. Mountain King, not staffed out. I think Hawk's going to seal the deal, and he did it without Chaemiko ever knowing about the expansion. 1-0 for Hawk, well played. He does close it out in the end. Nice game. Very nice. Very sexy. $30,000 damage AM. Yeah, the Blizzard, man. That's the difference maker, dude. 30,000 damage Archmage. Holy. All right, 1-0. Just waiting for Mr. Hawk to join. Looks like Northern Isles is going to be map number 2. If it's 2-0 for Hawk, that's it. That's our day. It's over. As we hit the 4-hour mark today. Gonna have a little bit of water. Haven't had enough today. You guys probably haven't either, have you? Think about it. Think about it. Does that count Blizzard self-damage? No. Maybe. No, maybe. Wait, maybe. Based on how the API works, it might. Donda, what do you think? You think it would? It's interesting. I don't know. Because all it is pulling information from the game, whatever the game tells it. So maybe that's actually a good question. I don't know. It's one of those things where you're just like, no, and then you're like, wait, maybe. You know what I mean? Anyway, game 2 on Northern Isles. Making sure I get the colors correct. This is correct. The police are coming for me. It's been a good run, everybody. We made it as long as we could. We couldn't hide forever, though, could we? Couldn't hide forever. Game number 2. Bottom left, Mr. Chaemiko. Upper right is Hawk up 1-0. Is Dondo the chat GPT of Warcraft 3? I was trying to think of something quickly to make fun of Dondo with, but I couldn't think of a pun. So I will just read your message and add nothing to it. I'm essentially a chat bot that reads your messages. That's what I've become as a streamer. That's all I got for you. There's no funny jokes. There's nothing. I'm just reading the words that are on my screen. I'm sorry. This is how far we've fallen. It's been a good run, everybody. It's been a good run. It's also been a very good run for Hawk, who's up 1-0. Not the favorite. Not the favorite in vibes or in seeding, I would say. In seeding, Chaemiko was placed above him. Or was he? He was, right? Yes, Chaemiko was placed 1 above. He was seed number 2, Hawk seed number 3. And also just in vibes, I think people, after seeing what he did to Starbuck 2 weeks in a row, I think people would put Chaemiko ahead of Hawk here. Greater heal for Hawk. And Scroll the Beast for Chaemiko. We saw how much value this could have earlier. I think Death Note managed to get a lot of value out of a Scroll the Beast. So it can be good. Looks like both players are going for the triple green plus Tuskar level 3 route. Don't see any evidence that either player wants to go for a lab. Oh, never mind. I do see evidence that Chaemiko wants to go for the lab and Hawk wants to go for the lab. What do you know? Hawk a little bit quicker. Very good, Akami. Very good. Scroll the Beast, Mantle of Intelligence, and soon to be a decent item, maybe a Claws +8. Parry to Vitality for Hawk. It's okay. It's okay. It's alright. Pendant of Energy. Dare I say worse than a Parry to Vitality? I think it's worse than a Parry to Vitality. In fact, he might even sell it right now. No Boots of Speed. Frenchcraft, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Messi. Hope you had a good stream. We're in the grand finals, game number 2. It's only a best of 3, so this might be the end. This might be the end, but it might also just be the beginning of a 6-hour-long game. All gold mines mined out. Both players, farms over here, zeppelins down here, 6 consoles. You know what I'm saying? Who knows what could happen? Maybe it's just the beginning. Shop creep and marketplace creep super duper early. Unorthodox, but both players are going to be happy with what they're getting. Healthstone, but entire camp for Hawk. Kind of what won him last game, really just very assertive creeping. Never slowing down, taking as greedy of camps as he can.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, Hawk does have a later tech as well, though. We'll see if that matters at all. All going to come down to how many peasants he loses, I suppose. Scroll the Beast, by the way, was sold for Chaemiko. Both players extensively have a greater heal. Healthstone and greater heal. Is it ostensibly? Extensively? Ostensibly? Ostensibly. Ostensibly have a greater heal. Learning English here on Back to Warcraft, everybody. Anybody in the process of learning English right now on the stream? Don't listen to me for learning English, okay? Ironically, listen to the Germans for learning English. Ostensibly. Ostensibly, that's the word. Ostensibly. There we go. Anyway. Very tanky Archmage over here. 850 HP. One peasant died, but everything else pretty stable for Hawk. Cane Vault coming online. Crystal Ball. Will be good to see what the expo timing is, if there's tier 3 techs, things like that, especially because Hawk is the one forced to be defensive right now. Gotta be careful, might be forcing that greater heal. Cloak of Shadows, very helpful. Mount King on the way. Mount King out already for Chaemiko. Well, out already for Chaemiko. Hawk just chilling. Arcane Sanctum. This cloak has gotten a lot of value. The triple on both, by the way. I guess he's got the resources too, why not? Trying to get the Arcane Vault. I don't think it'll get up. Oh, with the Mountain King, he can bolt the Elemental. Archmage comes back in. It's going to be close. He's got to cancel, yeah. Rebuilds. Oh, Archmage comes back. He's going to get bolt surrounded. Okay, he realized. But all the while, Mountain King's creeping. And Hawk has the same idea. Crystal Ball revealed the main. He's going to reveal the expansion in 3, 2, 1. See? He revealed the expansion. Hawk. Just creeping small greens right now while Chaemiko expands, creeps his Mountain King solo, cancels the shop to stop breaker production. Chaemiko's all over Hawk in game 2. We could easily see game 3 if it continues this way. Easily. Just very, very good play from Chaemiko. Gotta be careful not to get surrounded. Perfect movement on the Archmage. Easier said than done when you're multitasking, you know, 4 screens essentially right now.
A player's forces are under attack.
And even steals a little creep here, is at the expansion on time to disrupt it. Mountain King's cleaning up the scraps right now for Chaemiko at the marketplace. It's some beautiful play from Chaemiko. It really is. It's a thing to behold. He's keeping the Archmage of Hawk in range to steal still experience away from the Mountain King. And here's the Mountain King as well. Archmage out of position. Uses the greater heal. This is just good stuff. Is this just GG? I think Chaemiko just owned him. I don't know how he owned him so hard, but he owned him. Healthstone swapped over. Kind of a last-ditch effort. If the Mountain King does not die, yeah, it's not dead. Level 4 Archmage. Even the Priest might live, and GG is called. That was just beautiful textbook play from Chaemiko, front to back. Wow. Pressure's not overcommitting to the pressure, but delaying the shop, and then by delaying the shop, he gives himself an opening with just the solo Archmage later on to continue annoying Hawk. Solo creeps the MK, continuously pressures, but keeping the Archmage at a perfect distance to not overextend it and get bolt surrounded. Cancels the shop, buys more time, pressures Hawk. All the while, perfect multitasking with his own Mountain King, and then just hits a clean timing. Just owned him. He really owned the guy. And it was all really Archmage control. How many of us would have tried to harass like that with our Archmage and just got bolt surrounded, had to TP out, and then been like, ugh. Now I can't push, I have no town portal. But Chaemiko, perfect spacing, perfect awareness of where Hawk was moving when he was harassing with that Archmage. And then on top of that, perfect multitasking with his own Mountain King to creep on time, to expand on time, to macro behind it. Good stuff. I mean, true Korean pro gamer stuff. You know what I mean? The 800 APM, 6 hands on the keyboard sort of stuff there. You know, it's nice to see. Game number 3. And the final game of today, everybody. This is it. It's over after this. Is on Autumn Leaves. Here we go. Bottom left in the red. Chaemiko. Upper right in the blue. Hawk. Both players have had a great game so far. The more assertive victory was on Chaemiko's side in the last, but let's not forget Last Refuge. Let's not forget the Tier 3 wars that Hawk pulled out of a head. Is there an after-party stream? On my RuneScape account? Yeah. Actually, there's a small chance I might stream on my account after, actually. Girlfriend's not here, so I have nobody to play RuneScape with after the stream, so maybe I'll just stream myself playing Warcraft. Doing League 6? Nah, I'm just playing on a new main. That's all. Anywho. Self-raid sus? Nah, I won't do that. I won't do that. I need to make some food after the stream. I should raid myself, but I won't. I won't do that. Don't worry. Nobody wants that. Nobody needs more than 4.5 hours of this guy. Let me tell you, okay? I can't even stand to hear myself talk for more than 4.5 hours. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, Archmage for both. But if the last few games have been any good example, any good example, sure, then we don't know what to expect here. Could be Tier 3, could be crazy late game breaker mirrors with the Tier 2 expansion. Could be something else that happened. It could piss you off for 4 hours longer though, Carson. You could never piss me off. You could never make me mad. It's not possible. I've reached a zen state in at this point in my life. You'll never see me angry again. Next ladder game. God damn, Night Elf. Kills my whole army. I can't do anything. I have to micro, you know. It'll happen. It'll happen. Both players getting lots of items. Such is the way kind of on Autumn Leaves. You always get sick Archmage. Just like, look at this already. Circlet purchase, 2 claws found. He still has opportunity for a mantle here, has a mantle here. You can really get an insane 6-slotted Archmage by barely the 4-minute mark. And items also great for Hawk, who's going to have another opportunity for a nice item. Both players will, in fact. How about seeing you drunk instead of angry? I've drank on stream before. Not on this stream, but I have. Mantle for Hawk. Oh, yeah. It's just a beautiful sight to behold, isn't it? Give me a mantle, Chaemiko. Cloak. Oh, hear me out here. Ooh, little footman surround. Now, obviously I'd prefer Hawk's items, but in Chaemiko's hands, Cloak can do a lot. He's just going to sell it right away, isn't he? For Boots of Speed. Get ready. Ah, he kept it. Boots for Hawk as well. Definitely the most stacked heroes we've seen today. Footman count 5 to 4. But a 5th and a 6th on the way for both players right now. Again, a nice base defense from Hawk. A good Arcane Tower positioning too. Very difficult to cancel that Arcane Tower while it still is in a position to defend. Oh, looked for the surround. Almost got it, Hawk. If Carson doesn't stream after this tournament, it means he has to marry his mother-in-law. I didn't flinch, J-Cats. I didn't flinch, okay? I will not be marrying my mother-in-law. I didn't flinch at the bottle, okay? Mage doing so much damage. A couple of peasants fell, but at the end of the day, I think it's all good for both players. It's going to come down to Mountain King, or it's going to come down to... Yeah, looks like it's going to come down to Mountain King. Tier 2 is settling in a second. Some footmen may be traded, but I don't think any disastrous things are going to happen. The next big question on our minds is will and when Do they go for expansions? Well, you see, the first thing you got to do, Twilight Steve, is you need a good steering wheel that doesn't fly off while I'm driving. And then if you flinch at the bottle, you have to marry your mother-in-law. See, he even admitted it. Double Sanctum. Power built, not with 3 this time, only with 2. Mountain King coming out as well on both sides. Is it the closest the macro's been all day? It looks pretty close. Hawk like, I'm building my shop this time. You're not canceling this. Footman being traded. The Archmage just does so much damage. Boom. We're down to 3 footmen apiece, but now make that 2 versus 3. 1 more bolt, and a bolt with these items behind it. It's going to do a lot of damage. This footman will go down as well. At the end of the day, when the dust is settled, very few footmen left. Very even experience on both sides, and expansion timing seems like it will happen right now for both. Here's the Militia for Hawk. Militia already been called for Chaemiko, who seems like he's going to be prioritizing his Archmage experience as well. Wants to get level 4 Archmage. And who could blame him? Who could blame him? The most quote-unquote standard human mirror almost. No timings, severely disrupted. No huge losses for either player. They've traded more or less even. They had even creep routes in the early game. And they're both expanding at the quote-unquote standard time, or pretty close to it. Normally you're going to be building the Great Hall, or the Town Hall rather, by the time Adept is 50% to finished. Which is exactly what we're seeing here. Metzger, thank you for the 75 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Mana Stone. And Bone Chimes. I mean, if there is tier 3, it's worth keeping, but this doesn't seem like a tier 3 game to me, and I think it's going to be sold right away by Hawk. Maybe a Potion of Invulnerability.
Player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, he will do just that. Potion's so important on the Mountain King in these early skirmishes. To be able to dodge a bolt. And expansions, just like the tech, just like the Mountain King and the Sanctums and all that stuff, expansion's pretty even. It's going to be a difference of 80 gold, probably. Really negligible. And the experience favoring now Hawk. He's going to be the first to level 3 Mountain King. But Chaemiko is the first to level 4 Archmage, so take your pick. There's Hawk's level 4. Spell for both. Mountain King level 3. Bolt on the Archmage, but bolt on a Priest, so a guaranteed kill versus a potential Town Portal force. He does TP out. Doesn't want to risk a bash there. Is the bolt going to kill the Priest? It will go down before the Town Portal. And that exchange does favor Hawk. The first real exchange, I would say, favors Hawk. But supply still dead even. Blacksmith for Chaemiko first. And Hawk will still have Mountain King advantage in this fight too, which is big. More reinforcements. 49 versus 50 supply. Bolt on a Priest. With those claws as well, the follow-up damage is insane. And by the way, he got another mantle on the Archmage, Hawk. pretty damn good. Just want to check the expansion down here. This is pretty important, but it's only one footman. Will be dealt with by the Arcane Tower, no problem. Mountain King, careful. Might want to cloak. He might die if he doesn't cloak. Okay, gets out of range. Thanks to the boots, even though they both do have boots. 51 versus 58 supply. Very close. Final game of the day.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh, bolt dodge on the Mountain King. Bash kills the other MK. Chaemiko a little bit sloppy there with the second hero. Oh, this Mountain King gonna get surrounded. Can a TP be swapped? Anything? You know, he TP's out. That's a really nice play. Wow. If he didn't TP like that right away, and instead went for a town portal swap, there's a chance Chaemiko blocks and doesn't allow the town portal to be swapped and the MK dies. And if he delays the town portal for too long, he'll die from damage. So he had to immediately recognize that the best play to do was to just town portal on his Archmage. Super sick from Hawk. Very risk-averse play. Optimal. And Footmen in the meantime are winning the fight over here. Priest comes in. And will defend. And that's a level 2 Mountain King dead, which is a blessing and a curse. Now it means Chaemiko's going to have to wait a long time to get level 3 Mountain King, but he has to wait less time to get his level 2 Mountain King retrained. But this timing, I think Hawk is just going to close it out. Heal Scroll, Greater Heal. There's no town portal right now for Chaemiko. He's waiting another 5 seconds for his Mountain King. He's going to lose a bunch of peasants. The Priest even dies. And now, like, the fight will be forced, and Footman can just stay here. Very tough position for Chaemiko. If Hawk makes no mistakes, he'll win this game. He'll win this tournament. Priest reinforcing. Mountain King is back, but still... Well, I was about to say still on level 2, but now he's level 3. Full level down nearly, though. Bolt, feedback. A bash would make a big difference. Same deal. Bolt, feedback. And Hawk actually backing away, getting a little bit afraid, it seems. Did shut down the mining for the time. Supply is still even. I guess we just continue playing. It seemed like Hawk had a bigger advantage, but really, who lost his hero? Doesn't look like Chaemiko did. Item on the ground, replenish a potion. That could be quite nice. Level 4 Mountain King. Bash upgrade, actually nice. Expansion. Just want to make sure it's not being interrupted by anything, and it seems to be mining for free. And Chaemiko does have a huge bank, by the way. True. Needs to buy a TP. Needs to buy a heal scroll. Needs to buy an invul potion, just to be even in items. And he spent all of it. Okay, retrain, double heal scroll, invul. Okay, now he's more or less caught up, and he has Blizzard versus Hawk not having it. But that's all of his gold. That's his whole bank. And Blizzard, it's not like it's a game-winning move, right? In some matchups, Blizzard retrain will win you the fight. In this matchup, it's like a slight advantage, if anything. It's not that Blizzard's really good, it's that water elementals are really bad. That's all. Kiting continues, 69 against 73. Mountain King bolted. Both Mountain Kings bolted and feedback. Both are going to be out of mana pretty soon, but replenish a potion on Hawk. One breaker close to falling. Human Mirror seems fun. It actually is very fun to play. I really enjoy playing Human Mirror. It's so simple, too, in a way. But, like, tactically, you can make a lot of interesting plays. On the surface, though, you're just making breakers and microing. Archmage level 5, level 3 Blizzard now. Starts to pack a punch. Even if you just hit the heroes with Blizzard, it does a lot of damage. 78 versus 77. Checking to see tier 3, checking to see upgrades. Just upgrades for both players right now. Almost 2-2 for Hawk, by the way. Chaemiko is stuck at 1-1. 800 gold versus 300. Hawk macroing a little bit better, but they're both on 80, so... Mountain King, gotta be careful. Again, there's no bolts. They've both been ensuring to feed back each other's Mountain Kings. And I think that was the only breaker to die. Okay, there's apparently a corpse there too. But there's only a couple units that died. A bash could have forced a TP there. And we kite back into a choke point. Replenishment potion was being used. There's a bolt available. He's got to use it sooner rather than later. Bolt's the Mountain King. There is now going to be a bolt for Chaemiko. What is the Mountain King doing for Hawk? What was that play? Okay. I don't know what that play was. I don't know what that was a big mistake from Hawk. Big mistake. He's going to Tavern Rebuy, and we're going to pretend like it never happened, I think. Okay, Cloak of Flames and Mountain King getting closer to level 5 now. Hawk going to retrain. And Hawk needs to pray that he's given the next red camp without Chaemiko running across and creepjacking him. I think he has the opportunity to. Wisely waiting to retrain until he creeps the red. It's a good decision.
Players' forces are under attack.
Oh, and he's going tier 3. Both players are, in fact. But Hawk again ahead in tier 3. I mean, some mistakes have been made with the heroes. For both. They both lost an MK now. Is it just a very playable game, though? Let's see. We want Endurance Aura, we want Unholy Aura. That's what we're looking for. Ding, ding, ding. Unholy Aura it's arguably better than Endurance Aura. Slightly more regen on everything. Movement speed is the big one. Much better than Cloak of Flames. As you can see, Cloak of Flames was already sold for Chaemiko. 80 versus 80. Tier 3 for both, but Tier 3's already done for Hawk. Paladin on the way, Knight on the way, Workshop on the way. Chaemiko's way closer to Mountain King level 5. Archmage just tanking. He's got to be careful. What's even being stolen by the breakers right now, by the way? Oh, Scroll the Beast, okay. Or just, I roar from the wolves at the red camp is being stolen. I was like, what am I hearing? Okay, Hawk Town Portal's out. Chaemiko now with tempo to push the expansion. Especially with Blizzard, you have to defend the expansion, or it will die. Paladin's going to be out. Is there Militia to be called? There is. And do we see high upkeep for Hawk? If he wants to, he doesn't have the farms just yet. Chaemiko's tier 3 around the corner. Is this level 5? It is. Frost Armor even stolen. That's, well, it's gone now. Wand of Illusion. Could be quite nice. 2,100 gold for Chaemiko. I don't know where he pulled so far ahead, but he has. I guess he's just not been losing anything, right? He's just not been losing any units. And Hawk has been just slowly losing unit after unit. It's hard to tell, man. Hawk's also he'd get one more upgrade, I suppose. And Chaemiko realizes, I'm just going to Town Portal out and go 100 supply. Oh, also the Knight shut down the mining here. Main bases are going to have 890 gold left. 600, god damn it. I don't know. I'm not going to guess. 660. Okay, 1 minute of mining. Chaemiko going 100 supply. And Hawk got a farm to go high upkeep. He is going to go high upkeep. Yeah, there it is. Oh my god. When's the last time you saw 100 versus 100 human mirror, everybody? I mean, the games have delivered today. Regardless of matchup, they've definitely delivered. Cloak on the ground. Could be a game winner if you get it at the best possible moment. Mountain King, unfortunately, just not level 5 is a huge difference maker. Heal scroll count, also a big difference maker in Chaemiko's favor. And he's managed to produce way more units. I think Hawk is going to need a town portal out of this. I don't think he's going to win this fight. Ult on the priest. TP out. Yeah, just get the hell out of there. It's not impossible to win for Hawk, but he doesn't want to fight there. 99 supply. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Take one down, pass it around. How many mortar teams? Not very many on either side. In fact, Chaemiko has not gone mortar teams. Is that the difference maker? Can Hawk get 2 or 3 mortar teams out and fight in a defensive position where mortar teams will carry him? There's still a lot of breakers. Mortar teams might not carry against full knights, but against the army that we currently have, could that make the difference? 2 mortar teams are out. 5 heal scrolls. But that's it. That's the gold for Chaemiko. 6 heal scrolls. 6 consoles. He's got 6 heal scrolls. No town portal, but 6 heal scrolls. Jesus. Expansion will be killed. And then he doesn't have a town portal to get out, though, so he can kill the expo, but he's got to fight. Blizzard hitting, militia coming in, mortar teams. This is the defensive positioning I was talking about. Mountain King needs to be feedbacked. He's got a bolt now. Okay, Holy Light keeps Hawk's Mountain King alive. Expansion is dead. Chaemiko mining, but not very much, by the way. He's only mining 4 gold per second right now. It's more or less what you see is what you get. Maybe he can afford to squeak out a town portal if he really needs to get one. Inner Fire being stolen. Maybe they should turn off the autocast on the Inner Fire. Hey, what do you think, guys? Blizzard hitting a lot. Hero levels still favoring Chaemiko. Heal scrolls. How many goddamn heal scrolls did he use? He's used 3 already. 87 versus 99 still. Mountain King's got to be careful. A hero loss could still lose Chaemiko the game, and he's down to 1. He used 5 heal scrolls. He used 5! How much extra HP has Chaemiko had? The mortar teams have gotten a ton of value. Finally, 1 died. Okay, he used 6 heal scrolls. He used 6 heal scrolls. I've never seen somebody use 6 heal scrolls in a fight. I don't think ever. I literally don't think I have. Archmage dies, though. At the end of the day, Chaemiko does pull far enough ahead. I can't believe he burned through all those, but I mean, if you use them if you got them. Mountain King dodges the bolt. Could have actually... No, there's staff cooldown. I don't think there was any angle here for Hawk. Unfortunately, Chaemiko somehow, someway just pulled so far ahead to the point where he had 6 heal scrolls and 100 supply versus not even 90 yet for Hawk. What a day of games. It was Human Mirror. But I think we can all agree that was fun stuff, right? We had a good time. Great match. Yeah, really great match. Well played, all the players. Shout out to everyone for playing. Hope to see many of you next week, although we will not be seeing Chaemiko. He's already qualified, but hope to see everybody and then some next week. Let me update the score. Give the man the win he deserves. What was that map? Oh, yeah, Autumn Leaves, right? God damn. Good day. Everybody gonna see Bucky in the finals? Yeah, obviously Orc versus Human would have been a better grand final if Starbuck won, but Chaemiko just has his number recently, man. And with that, everybody, thank you for watching. If you want to see the schedule for the rest of the week, you can go to battlecorp.com. They'll bring you to this page. Where has it been updated? I don't think so. Nope, it's got nothing on it. So, There'll be something tomorrow. There's always content with Grubby's tournament, with all the show matches going on, with all the tournaments, Gladiator Cup, everything. There'll be something tomorrow, okay? There'll be something tomorrow. I guarantee you the stream will be on tomorrow. If you want to see how to support the stream, support Remo and Neo for streaming so goddamn much these days, you can go to backtowarcraft.com/support. We have a Patreon. Give us a Twitch sub. Give us a YouTube membership. A shout out to the guys on YouTube. Obviously, I don't read the chat. I'm sorry. I apologize, but thank you guys for being there. Direct donations, crypto donations, merchandise. We have hats, we have hoodies, we have coffee mugs, we have t-shirts, we have all that good stuff. But you can also support the stream by just following and just being you. Sitting here, watching the ads, being troopers, talking in the chat. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. I will be live on my stream, probably not today, but Monday through Friday. I'll be live at Carson with 3 N's. Twitch.tv/Carson and N. Where I play ladder, where I yell at the screen, where I watch games. Thank you, everybody. And there also might be a video on the Back to Warcraft YouTube channel coming out in the next few days, maybe the next week, followed by a few more videos in the next following weeks by me and Art of Warcraft, our YouTube editor. So pay attention to that. It'll be out pretty soon. No map vote. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. Did you pay out? Oh, wait. You way to ruin my ending. Chaemiko won. Bye.